From the east of spring's awakening breezes, to the south of summer's passionate heat, to the west of autumn's purifying waters, to the north of winter's regenerative earth, I open this reading by invoking the Muse. O divine Posy, goddess, daughter of Zeus, sustain for us these messages of inspiration. Make this reading live for us in all of its many bearings, O Muse. Hello, beautiful muses, and welcome to another Cosmo Muse Tarot reading. Pick a card. This is a timeless reading, and it's one that is sort of going to be replicated from the reading that so far has been, by far been my most popular. And so that one was, and it will be the same in this case. I'm using the same decks, same format and everything, and it's a career reading for the next 6 months. And it's been not quite 6 months, but almost 6 months since I did that reading, so I thought it would be fun to do a new one in case there are many of you who really liked that reading but want to now see 6 more months ahead in time in terms of career. And what I think was so unique about this reading is I don't just straight away dive into what's going on with career, what's coming up, that kind of thing. Initially, we really dive into the subconscious and take a look at what's down beneath our surface that might be influencing certain things about our career that we should know about, whether for good or bad, whether there's things we can really pull up to rely on and help work for us, or certain things that are creating patterns that we're not completely aware of that are preventing us from finding the openings, the happiness, the connection in career that we want. So that's, what we're going to do. We're going to dive into the subconscious initially, and then we will sort of look at what's going on, and then sort of a 6-month trajectory of what energies are around the coming 6 months, where to look for opportunities or just certain things to know in terms of what's coming up. So in the readings, every single one of these decks will be used in each reading, but they have specific placements for specific reasons, which I'm not going to tell you. Maybe you've done the other readings, so you maybe can remember, probably not though, because it's been a long time. And so the deck you choose is going to place an emphasis on where that deck comes up in the reading as something really potent to consider. And I have placed some stones to pair with the decks in case some of you like stones to choose from. So pile 1, we've got the Nocturna deck and Pyrite. Pile 2, we have the Dreamkeepers Tarot and some green Calcite. Pile 3, we have the Priestesses of Light and just this kind of white mineral rock. And pile 4, we have the Sacred Destiny cards with some turquoise. It's not picking up very well, is it? And then the last piles, we have the Fields Tarot with kind of a more green turquoise. 2 turquoises, but very different. They must come from very different places. I'm also going to flip over, I don't know what the top cards are, I haven't looked, but I just thought I'd flip over the top card to bring in another element in terms of being able to choose your deck. So we've got Mountain Lion with pile 1, 3 of Swords with pile 2, Adjustment, looking back, moving forward for pile 3, Transformation for pile 4, and 9 of Wands for pile 5. Okay, like usual, I'm going to lead you guys through a quick breath, and it's definitely one that if it helps you, be sure to pause so you can take a few of them, or if you just need some time in general on your own to do your own process, it's a good place to pause as well to sort of focus into which pile is magnetizing you in, drawing you in, that you're really resonating with. Okay, so take a deep inhale in and hold the breath at the top in the space between your brows. Suck up even a little bit more to add some pressure there. And then with a big out loud exhale, go ah, which opens the crown chakra, inviting in higher wisdom and inspiration. All right, I will see you in your readings, starting with pile 1, and check the timestamps in the descriptions if you want to jump straight to your pile if it's further on into the reading. All right, I'll see you guys in your piles. Hello, pile 1, and welcome to your reading all about the next 6 months in career. And to start this out, we are going to dive down into your subconscious to see anything that you need to become more aware of that might be influencing things about career, or just things in general about your life that kind of spill over into all areas, including career. So I'm going to pick 3 of these Nocturna cards, which are all the little things that sort of come alive in the nighttime. So either animals or plants, or that kind of thing. And this is a deck, there's pretty short descriptions in the book, and I am going to use the book on these just to, so they're very unique descriptions that are really powerful, I feel like. So I really want to pull out the book for these. Okay, so we've got the kiwi, the rat. I don't think I've pulled the rat before from this deck. That will be interesting to read. And I see one sticking out that wants to come out. And the badger. Okay, all sorts of ground animals here. Okay, so let's take a look at these different descriptions. Yeah, okay, starting with the kiwi. And one thing to keep in mind, that these 3 cards that we're going to pull out, because they are from the deck that you chose, this is an aspect of the reading that you should pay really close attention to, that might have the most important message that really needs to come through to you at this time. Okay, kiwi, 42. Okay, so devotion, affection, relationships. The shy and elusive kiwi is a bird indigenous to New Zealand that gave up the gift of flight to be closer to the earth. They form pairs and mate for life, but what I found the most interesting about the kiwi is the size of its egg, which is about 1/3 of the size of its body. To create and lay such an enormous thing is an ultimate symbol of devotion. So I love that. I think this is actually a really beautiful thing about yourself, whether it pertains to career or just something about who you are, that should be known for all aspects of your life, including career, is this, there is an element of sacrifice that this kiwi has given. in order to really be devoted to something which is so beautiful to me. So one thing that's coming up that I'm feeling is that if you're not in a career or working towards a career, even if you're like a student and you have a career in mind, or maybe you're not even sure and you're just trying to find your way, whatever your circumstance is, I think you need to be really slow and thorough and find that draw to something that you feel a certain kind of like love and like it's like you have a calling, and you need to really seek this out in a thoughtful way. Whatever it is you need to do, whether it's taking lots of different classes, trying out like internships or jobs in many different areas, or just talking to people in lots of different fields, you really need to find that connection to your role in the world, where it's something that you know you can really devote your whole self, and even for a long term, your life to. This is something, career for you isn't like, working to live. This is a live to work thing. There's something that is really important for you about career, and it's something that you need to connect with on a level that you give yourself to it. And yeah, this just deep sense of, I love just the keywords here: devotion, affection, relationships. So relationships might be important in your career. Building relationships, business development, counseling, even like a couples therapist. It could be about relationships, the subject of relationships, or it could be about building relationships, building client bases, but something about relationships and a deep affection for what you're doing, and a devotion to the point that you will probably make some sacrifices in your life in order to really make this a priority. Okay, so let's look at the rat real quick. Okay, 32. So this card was 42 and this card is 32, which is interesting. So cleverness, creativity, survival. Rats are one of the most hunted animals on Earth by both humans and other creatures. Despite this, they have not only survived but thrived, having spread to every continent except Antarctica. They are adaptable, determined, and able to squeeze out of tight spaces. In Asian cultures, they are also revered as symbols of wealth and luck, is one of the 12 creatures of the Chinese Zodiac. And I also happen to know that that's the very first creature of the Chinese Zodiac. It came across in that Chinese Zodiac. There's lore about which animal came first through 12th and why, and they had this race, all the animals, and the first 12 to cross a certain finish line would be the ones that would be given position in the Chinese Zodiac, and the rat came in very first. So you might be a little bit competitive. That's something you might want to know about yourself if you're not aware of it. This being in the subconscious, there's something about competitiveness that I would imagine you're not fully aware of. So just something to keep in mind, maybe a liking of being first, and does that make you kind of the person to beat? So being a rat, the hunted, as an aspect of what it is, does that kind of put a target on your back a little? Do you like that? Do you not like that? That's something to pay attention to. If you don't like that, I feel like some of you may really like that. It kind of juices you up and gives you motivation. If it's something you don't like, it's something to think about in terms of behavior around competitiveness or needing to be first, or needing to have like the last word type of thing even. But you also need to understand this creative ability you have. Rats are very witty. I actually, yeah, I mean, I know quite a bit about the Chinese Zodiac, and I like that it called it out, because I can speak a little bit more to that in terms of what isn't even in the book. So a lot of wit, a lot of charm. But this also talks about its survival aspect. And so that's something to think about. Is there something in your history, or that somehow got in your wiring at some point, where you're trying to survive versus thrive? And is that something you need to take a look at in terms of trying to see your environments or create environments around you where you're not in this kind of reactionary mode and just trying to keep up, or always in a hustle or a scramble, and trying to create circumstances that you have a little bit more spaciousness in and ease in, that allows you to have a little bit more balance in your life. You do have a lot of devotion, but you need to make sure that like your cup is filled, that other areas of life that are also important and should have a certain level of priority are getting that from you. I feel like with this crew there could be some imbalances in like career being the one and only priority, whether you realize it or not. Like, I think there might be some things that you need to also give some balance to, and a little more weight to in your life, just to keep to round out your life in a more whole way, and develop an aura around you, and energy around you that's a little bit more thriving rather than surviving. So there's something to think about. Okay, let's move on to the Badger. Let's see. I wonder if this will have a 2 in its number as well. Nope, 15. Okay, Badger, persistence, self-reliance, warrior spirit. Yeah, I'm getting a real vibe with some things down in your subconscious here. This is interesting. Badgers are solitary, independent creatures that dig very extensive underground burrow systems for their homes. To badger someone is to bother them with unyielding tenacity. When concerned, badgers are also known to be very fearless, able to fend off predators much larger than them. They have a determined fighting spirit that encourages us to be brave and sure of ourselves. So I'm feeling a lot of confidence in you guys, which I think is awesome. I think this is great. But it's again like there is such something to just be just so much more aware of, is how much energy and kind of aggressive, assertive quality you put into career and what you're doing. And it's like I'm really feeling this sense of needing to see all these things more clearly in your subconscious in order to establish a balance that's really needed. So with the Badger, the balance I'm feeling is this kind of impatience, and this need to like get answers right away, make the sale right away, get, I don't know, whoever you need to be doing something for you, to put you first. And because we've seen with the Kiwi that relationships are important here for you, that's something you need to notice, how other people are taking you in, like a little bit more awareness of whether you're a little overwhelming maybe to some people. And it's fine to, want to get things done quickly and be efficient and assertive. Like, all of that is beautiful and great and can make you that competitor that I feel like you are. But finding a balance in terms of considering other people and their agendas and their priorities a little bit, and not just putting your own agendas at the forefront all the time. Like, really considering that, like, maybe someone's not getting back to you because they have, their own lives and their own emergencies, or maybe it's more about maybe you are good, because this Kiwi thing does make me feel like you feel a lot for others and are very considerate in a lot of ways. But just like tempering it with a certain like aggressiveness that you have to, of just being sure to kind of recognize when you're kind of, starting to badger others, and taking that as a sign of like, okay, I need to chill a bit. Or if you already see that and you recognize that aspect of yourself, and that others might feel badgered by you, but it doesn't bother you, like maybe you're cut out for a type of career that not many can do or are cut out for, in terms of like that general mentality. I know, like wedding planners, generals, that thing where you're in charge of so many puzzle pieces and needing strategy and tactic to come together at a very specific critical timing. And or even like contractors with building contractors, same kind of thing. There's a lot of puzzle pieces, and so maybe that's somewhere where you can use that assertiveness, but you need to balance it with like, okay, I really got on this vendor or this person's case to get something done really quick, but I'm going to acknowledge and recognize that they really stepped up, and I'm gonna, buy them dinner, so it's like still paying attention to those relationships that are very important. So balancing that, sometimes in a career we do have that need to kind of badger to get that job done, but just making sure that you're appreciative and acknowledging of it in order to stabilize that relationship. And yeah, exactly. So really cool stuff there. All right, let's look into the Dreamkeepers Tarot to unpack this a little more, go a level deeper. I'm just going to do one card on each of these to just give a little bit more information and context. The star, that's so beautiful. This is the Kiwi aspect of you is just something that really draws people in. You know how to inspire in the way that you devote yourself, and in the way that you do have sort of a relational awareness. You know how to give hope. And when you see, and I feel like there's a reflection thing, when you see that you've inspired others and given hope, either in a circumstance or to a certain person or client or something, that feeds back to you. You then feel inspired and feel like revived about what you're doing as well. So inspiring others inspires you, I feel like, through the way that you really, are understand those harmonies. Beautiful. Another major arcana with the rat, we have the Chariot. So yeah, this totally confirms to me what I was saying about the rat, that need to move forward, to be first, to get going. But at the same time, there's a deep alignment in you in being able to do this. I think that's something your soul needs is an ability to move forward, to move quickly with things. And that would be one thing to consider, is like when you feel roadblocks or an inability to move forward in career, whether it's getting things done in the way you want them to move or moving up a ladder, you may not be, because the Chariot, in one way that I interpret the Chariot, is that when we're very aligned with our soul and what we're doing, the path clears and we can move ahead very quickly. So this is something to pay attention to if there's ever like roadblocks, or you don't feel like you're getting ahead in something the way that your rat loves to. Maybe there's not a strong enough soul connection, because you need so much from that Kiwi aspect. It's just like an intense devotion to what you're doing, so it needs to be very aligned. Okay, Four of Cups, the Badger. Yeah, this is what I was feeling with the Badger, is like sometimes you may need to take a little bit of a step back. I think you might be somewhat aware of this aspect of you and feel a little bit insecure about it. Maybe other people have called you out about being a bit badgering or impatient. Yeah, and I do feel a sense of a little bit of insecurity about this, and a lot of seeking and questions you want answered about that. And what I want to say that's coming through just initially is that meditation in general is something that will really temper this and help you to see within you in a really calm, clear way, either how to temper your impatience and badgering or why it's necessary. And sometimes that it might vacillate between, needing to temper it or needing to actually push forward with it with confidence. But meditation is anytime you're feeling a little insecure about your impatience, about your badgering, about that, need to confront things and get things done, and getting on cases of things. Anytime you're feeling a little insecure about that, like really start focusing on a meditative practice each morning and each evening. It could even be just like 5 minutes in the morning, 5 minutes in the evening, to really center and get like a clarity of understanding about what you're needing to do here, whether it's needing to just really step into your confidence with it, or just temper it somehow. Okay, we're gonna go one more level deeper before we kind of step out into the light and just look at what's actually going on in career. Oh, I love this. Innovation. I need to move these up so we can see. So these are the Priestesses of Light. And with this Kiwi star configuration, you have innovation, new creations. And that's some aspect to you, your way of seeing things differently, of kind of being outside of the box, maybe even a little bit eccentric. This is a really beautiful quality about you, and it's something that is inspiring. And so that devotion also that we're seeking for you, you need to be also in fields where you're allowed to push the envelope a little. You're allowed to think outside of the box. There's something about that brings out that devotion in you, and that ability to inspire is being given a little bit of freedom to be outside of the box and do things in an experimental way, in a way that is your own kind of rhythm and beat. Because you have amazing ideas, and so it's no wonder that this is an area of your life you feel really devoted to is career, because I feel like you have something to contribute to humanity that sort of pushes the needle forward or gets people to see and think differently about something. Yeah, beautiful. Okay. Okay, loss, lack, fear, victimization. So, yeah, when I was talking about that thriving versus surviving, I think that there has been some stuff in your past where you have had to be a survivor. You have lived with lack, and some of you possibly with some loss, and it has instilled you with a little bit of a fear mentality in this. So that need to be first, that need to be clever and charming, it's worth kind of looking at where that's coming from. And I think the more you really align with your soul, find some balance in your life, so that there are other aspects of your life that are really rounding things out, where you're thriving or giving space for your life to develop in a more rounded way. I think you'll find a sense of spaciousness in that, and an ability to connect deeper and more soulfully with what you're doing. And that will start to kind of weed things out of this lack, loss, survival kind of motivation, and slowly being replaced with thriving, you know. Sometimes when we've gone through these really tough challenges in our life, it does build character, and it builds this ability to really take control of our lives because we've had to. But there's a certain time where you have to also kind of step back and notice when we're running on a program of fear, even if that's been what's worked for us and that's what's been a strategy that's helped us to survive. There's a certain point, when you need to kind of start doing some things to rewire that, to create some spaciousness and some calmness to help, drop more into soul and drop into a more well-rounded trust in yourself and life. And I feel like that's where you are. That's sort of what's coming through to me right now, is like you're at that point. I think your strategies of survival have been working for a lot of you, and you're actually more secure and stable than you realize right now. And so it's a good time to try and notice this and try and create a little bit more balance and some practices to kind of help you out of that sympathetic nervous system, the fight, flight, freeze mode. For you, I feel like it's the fight and flight, not the freeze. But doing practices that really help you get into your sympathetic nervous system, which is rest and digest, and starting to balance that a little bit. It can be a real big challenge. I've done this for myself for the past couple of years. It was pointed out to me how much I was living in that sympathetic nervous system, and I've really spent 2 years trying to temper that and balance it and do practices that really get me into that rest digest mode. And it has created a more well-rounded perspective of my life and what are priorities, and how capable I am of creating balance in my life and security in my life, because I know that I have that fighting spirit. I know that I can turn that on when I need it, but it doesn't need to be on 24/7. So I think that's something coming through here is your soul is really wanting you to dive further into itself, into that soulful place, rather than that competitive, just, need to be ahead because of survival. You know how to survive. You need to trust that, and it's time to work on some balance and some really connecting to your soul and aligning direction in career with your soul a little bit more. Okay, last one with the Badger, we've got death and rebirth, darkness to light. Yeah, I think there's some big work actually going on in general around, I think it's starting, I feel like why this deck was the one you chose and why these are the most important, or like a specifically important thing for you guys to download, is I think all of this is right on the cusp of your conscious self. And it's just like you just need a little push over. I think you're becoming more and more aware of this, and you're really being called into some more soulful investigation, slowing things a little, working on nervous system, working on trust in your abilities, in the universe, in whatever. And this death and rebirth, darkness to light, a meditation practice is going to be really important and key in this. I think you're going to gain a lot of clarity, and this Badger quality that's sort of like the general archetype to me. I think you're going to start to see how you can use that in a more aligned, more balanced, more sort of alive yet calm way. The Badger also, and I like that with the Chariot over here. I know they're not in the same pile, but these are all related to some degree. Badgers also, with those underground tunnels I was talking about, they're really masters of root systems, and they have some symbolism with being healers due to understanding the root of things and gathering roots that can be very healing. And so I think that's something going on right now. I think maybe you're down in some roots of things. We're even seeing the roots of trees in this. And this Four of Cups relates to Cancer energy, which is down in the roots and really, stabilizing our emotions with some calmness and meditation. Yeah, and I think you're seeing the roots of where this kind of wiring has come in, and it's not saying to get rid of your cleverness and your wit and your assertion and your toughness, but it's saying it can be utilized in a more calm, soulful way that's not, like I've said, beating you over the head over and over again. That's no longer fear-based. It's character traits you've developed, but it doesn't have to come from a place of fear anymore. It can come from a place of directing it towards things your soul really wants to be called into, and finding that career calling that I think is really close, if not already here, very close to having that aha moment of somewhere where all of your amazing abilities can really serve you, but in a way that's that gives you a feeling of more security, so you're not having to be so competitive and tough for survival, but rather through just character development that you've had, but coming from a more of a soulful place. So yeah, beautiful. Okay, let's jump up to the daylight and see what's going on more on the surface. Energy around career for the next 6 months. Okay. All right, so we're going to pull 3 of the Sacred Destiny cards to get kind of a little picture story of something happening. Okay, we've got flexibility, beautiful. I love that image, that tiger and the bamboo and it's like autumn colors in there. Community, beautiful. Inner peace, yep, okay. I love that. I love that inner peace came up. Okay, so yeah, I do feel like you're considering a change or in transition already, whether it's completely shifting what you're doing or whether you're in a job where you're kind of changing roles or you're having to take on certain different responsibilities or more responsibilities. There's something around career right now where, yeah, flexibility is really being found and understood. And I think the more you lean into that flexible nature, the more you're really gonna see all that subconscious stuff we've been talking about in like a very different light. Sort of a transition of recognizing where all of that energy comes from and being more curious about it rather than wrapped up in it, and letting it kind of move through you rather than like feel like it happens to you, if that makes sense. Yeah, so I feel like you're in a very curious mode right now because something is shifting in your career, but it's a very positive thing because it's really getting you to, yeah, see things differently. So lean into that, whatever's happening right now where you're really in transition or having to do things in a different way. It's really good for you. It's a really positive thing. And then seeing community, so definitely that relationship building seems to be coming through from the subconscious up here. And that might be something you need to also lean into, because I love seeing these colors. I think not only are you around, you're either craving consciously some community with your career, or you're in a tight kind of industry that has a tight community, or there's something about what you do. Maybe you have like a business in your community and you're like a real hub or want to be a real hub for building community. And one thing that's coming through here with this rainbow is like really making sure that you open to a lot of intersections to draw in some diversity. There's something beautiful coming through here. And so if there is diversity coming through, and sometimes when we get opened up to a diversity we're not accustomed to, we need to start to become more flexible, but it stirs the pot in a way that makes pollination and vibrancy and ideas really thrive. And so I'm seeing that the more you really open up to a little bit more diversity, or the diversity that's sort of starting to surround something with career right now, that butterfly energy just comes out. Transformations, flight, lightness. And I love seeing that, especially having talked about really needing to shift your nervous system, because I feel like that butterfly is that thing that really thrives in that sympathetic nervous system. It's just landing on flowers and catching little air currents, and it's just lightness. So embrace any lightness coming in, and something around versatility, diversity, flexibility is really helping you to touch this, see this better, grasp it better, download something new. That's all leading to so much more inner peace. I love this. I think, you have some very assertive, tough qualities within you, but we also saw that kiwi in the subconscious, which is more relational and devoted and affectionate. And so like really leaning into that flexibility and diversity and like shifting your nervous system. I think that kiwiness is really going to start taking over a little more, which is maybe what your soul wants, is to lean into that kiwi aspect of yourself, that maybe you sometimes don't recognize as part of yourself so much, but it's there, and it really wants more peace for your life. And more peace is coming, whether it's already starting, you're already starting to feel it, or it's coming in. I feel like these things are already kind of here. I feel like right now you're at this flexibility, and this flexibility is leading to versatility and some community building. And then by the 6-month point, you're really going to have these new ahas. And so this is all like on the surface, this is where it's like a story of where things are leading. So right now it's like lean into the flexibility, because it's leading you down the right path and towards a lot more inner peace, tranquility, thriving, more well-rounded place in life. I don't know why this, there we go, that was bugging me, it's a little off center. Okay, we are going to pull about 6 tarot cards now to get any other advice, wisdom about what's going on right now. It's coming up in the next 6 months. Tower. Right under flexibility. Yes, exactly. There is a change. There's a big shift happening for you right now. Okay, interesting. I'm going to pull all 6 before. Sometimes I get my own impatience comes through, and I'm wanting to like interpret cards right as they pop out before I kind of get the grouping out that I want for the moment. Yeah, meditation's coming through. It's something that's, yeah, you're already kind of getting more awareness of. Oh, beautiful. Yeah, I feel like right now there's, oops, I just dropped a whole bunch of cards, but the one that flipped over is so great, so I'm going to take that. Okay. So much to talk about here. Right, and then the back of the card. The back of the card is like underlying everything, and judgment is happening. So there is a huge shift, because then we see the first card as Tower, which is also like some area of your life kind of crumbling, because a new order is really ready to come through. But it can be hard to see that that's about to happen, and what we see is the destruction, so it can feel very disorienting. But a judgment has come through. There's a final stop that's come, whether it's been your decision or certain circumstances or someone else made a decision for you. One thing you need to know, though, that this was divinely orchestrated. So if something feels unfair, if something feels like you're not on stable ground, know that the universe is conspiring to help you to see a different path. So just let go of any judgments you might have about the current situation, and whether there were people involved that has been frustrating. It wouldn't have mattered. The situation would have happened even without, if this decision, if this judgment was made from outside of you, it was always going to be made no matter who the players were. And eventually, if there weren't players, it would have been made by you. And for some of you, I do feel like this is something that you came to. You maybe hit a wall and made a big decision for yourself. But there's aspects, and this is why you're needing to be flexible. There's aspects of career right now that probably feel very precarious, like you've built yourself to a certain status or level in some sort of field or position or company or industry, whatever it is. And it's like it's been yanked out from under your feet, and it's like a door has closed, your foundations are crumbled. Maybe maybe you're with a company that went bust, or I've been in an industry that's struggling. It's been a weird few years, couple of years. And there have in industries generally been a lot of shifts and a lot of, so that might be a category you fall into. But it's all leading you, you need to know that you're not going to be starting over wherever you end up, even if it's a full shift in what you're doing. You're gonna step right back into the level you've built yourself to, but in something that's much more aligned to you. And right now, what you're needing to do is become a little bit of a fox and do a little bit of I don't know why the word that is coming to mind is spying, but that's not exactly how I feel this downloading in me. I'm trying to think of it's just like research, questioning other people in different industries. You really need to observe, peer into, dig into all sorts of different types of careers, industries, jobs. Try and see how other people, I feel like what's happening is it would be a really good practice to identify, like, we'll just say 7 because this is a 7 card. 7 different individuals from 7 totally different or slightly different, whatever, careers, and really peer between, like more public type figures or people that you would have access to their lives somehow. And really get a look behind the curtain of how they got into their career, how that career supported other aspects of their life, what kind of lifestyle that career helped them to cultivate or not cultivate. I really think you need to be doing a lot of digging, a lot of stepping into other people's shoes right now to really feel out in this flexible moment, finding that alignment where you really feel like you can devote yourself to it. So, pick out some people where you can just like really get a sense of being in their shoes in some way, whether it's talking to them or if they're a public figure, kind of digging into their life. I think there's something about that then you can start downloading, and that meditation is coming through again, really getting centered in yourself. I feel like a meditative practice that would be really great here is to take each of these positions in the world that you're kind of researching or putting yourself in the shoes of, just to get a taste of it, and meditating and saying, I am this, and how does that then feel within you? What kind of reactions does your body give you? Does your heart open? Do you feel a constriction? Do you feel fear? Like what comes up in your body? Really, really step into the shoes, and then in meditation be in that role as you and see what comes up for you. But something is really aligning here for you, and 6 of Cups coming through is, I think there's work from, I'm seeing so much of the subconscious stuff we've gone over flood into here, and that's why I feel like that subconscious stuff is like right at that surface, and it's already, aspects of it are already flooding over into this reading, because both of these cards, this Prince of Cups and Six of Cups, have that feeling to me of like you really need to take stock and look back at your past, your upbringing. What are those things that kind of got you on a program of fear and hustle and survival mode? And it's time to look back at that and have nostalgia for the things that were beautiful, but also process out the things that no longer, that where you are now versus where you were earlier in life. And maybe this isn't even about childhood. Maybe it was like 10 years ago you got in a mode where you had to, or 5 years ago you got in a mode where you really were having to fight for your survival and stability. But it's time to kind of take stock of where you are now versus then, and recognize some of the programs that are still playing that aren't needed, that were from your past. To recognize how much more calm and stable you either are or are becoming, and to look forward into your future in a way where you can shut off those programs. And I just saw a beautiful hummingbird in front of my window, which is such a sign to me that like so much joy is coming, because the next card, it's like right as I looked at the next card, which is such a positive one, this hummingbird came, and that's just saying like by the time you get to the end of this 6-month period, I think that you're having such huge ahas and such deep, you're finding that thing you want to devote to. You finally find this vision of where to go that will allow you to have a more balanced, peaceful sense of self, but still able to use sort of those assertive things that you've got within you. But like, yeah, vision's coming, and you're absolutely arriving on new shores. More like the Six of Swords is moving to a different shore, and you're moving from a shore that was choppy and tumultuous to a very calm, better shore for you. Calm, peaceful, more hopeful, more vital for you. And I love that it's falling under that inner peace. So much of that is coming. But yeah, take some time if you have the ability, and even if you have to do it on your off hours, to really get flexible and think differently about career, about where you fit in, and really tap into, there's communities and versatility and diversity that's really wanting to come into your life. And I think that that's also going to help, this diversity and pollination energy that's coming through you being more flexible is really going to help you to connect with others that may have insights for you. So I feel like this might be more about connecting with people you meet in certain roles and careers versus like looking at famous people or something. I think you're starting to come into a more diverse energy around you, and it's going to help you to see different potentials. And so you need to take your time to really talk to different people about the things you're kind of seeing that they spark in you, and really dig into it, really get a peek into being in their shoes. It's going to be really helpful, and it's leading to so like opening your mind to the different, processing old things from the past that you can kind of shut those programs. Both of those two things are really leading to this pinnacle energy, this really creating a vision that is so perfect and aligned for you, and it's leading, yeah, beautiful. I love this reading. This is so exciting. hang in there. I feel like right at this moment, you guys are in a bit of tumultuous situation, but it's for your benefit. It's for a change is needed, and so whether you made the decision or something else did, it came from the universe. They're trying to lead you to something more peaceful, more beautiful, more pollinated and vibrant and really connected to you in a way that you can really devote yourself to in an affectionate way. All right, this is where I'm going to leave you guys. Definitely give the thumbs up to me if this resonated. It really helps my channel, and I love to see if you've connected as well. Comments are always fun to browse through too. I love seeing what you guys write. And definitely subscribe, because I'd love to do more readings like this for you guys if you are not yet. All right, I will see you in another reading. Hello, beautiful pile 2. This is your next 6-month career reading. If this is you guys, you picked the green calcite and the Dreamkeepers Tarot, which we are going to look at in just a minute. So I'm going to put these to the side for now. And we are first going to dive into these Nocturna cards. We're going to look into your subconscious to see certain things that Spirit wants you to become more aware of, become more conscious of, that is spilling over or has some sort of impact in terms of your career, whether it's patterns from these things that you are not wanting or gifts that you need to lean into more. So we'll see what comes up. I'm going to pull 3 of these, and I am going to read from the guidebook on them because they're pretty succinct, beautiful little messages that, it's all these things that come alive in the night. So they have very unique messages that I really love and like to get from the book. Beautiful wisteria. Whoops. That one flew out. Mushrooms. Maybe you guys are mushroom fans. And one more. This one's poking out. And dusk. That's beautiful. Okay, let's take a look at the guidebook. Where did that go? Underneath a deck. Okay, so let's look at wisteria first. I like you kind of have this diversity of plants and setting. Let's see. Okay, wisteria is 10. Luck, new beginnings, hope, love. Drooping foliage is typically symbolic of loss. However, the long lives of wisteria plants give it a new meaning of hope and luck. In Japan and China, they are symbolic of love and new beginnings. The flowers are a popular good luck charm to give at weddings and baby showers or when someone is starting a new business. However, the wisteria is also a ferocious, fast-growing vine, serving as a reminder to not let love consume you. Interesting. So there's like some layered meanings coming through here to me. Something that is like already kind of incubating, I think, in your subconscious that maybe isn't quite to the conscious level yet, or it's like bubbling a little, is that you are headed for a new beginning. I think that's something your soul wants you to know. But the other thing coming through is I think that you have this essence about you of really looking at maybe the glass half full mentality, and through that really being able to consume life, grow fast, but your heart, the thing that, and those are beautiful things to become more and more aware of. You have this ability to grow fast, to endure, to to really see things in a positive light, but that ferociousness, your heart may have this penchant for really wanting to devour life a little too much, like overconsumed by your heart, maybe sometimes, something to be aware of. But yeah, a double meaning here I'm feeling. I think that your soul wants to know like a new beginning is sort of on its way. There's something deep within you incubating that is like really close to the surface, especially because this is the first of the 3 cards. I think it's something that's like right on the surface level. But yeah, wherever, and I love that the wisteria really knows how to root and endure and live long. So I feel like whatever this new beginning is, it's going to be something where you can really plant yourself deeply in and grow very quickly in, which is really like mostly positive things to bring up into consciousness here. Just some temperance in how quickly you want to devour life, or whatever this new beginning is. Like, take some breaths here and there, do a little bit of take some precautions, do a little research, whatever it is, that feels right to you. Okay, let's look at mushrooms now. But overall, I think it's more beautiful things to really become more aware of. Okay, so it's 22. Mushrooms, growth in dark times, longevity. Some similar things coming here. Something to me, like a new beginning's happening, but I feel like it's incubating. Something's growing in the dark right now. It's not conscious yet. So it's a nice bridge between these. It's like a confirmation partially in part of this mushroom meaning, and longevity. Something's incubating. I think you really have been on the subconscious level. On the conscious level, something's going on, but down in the depths, in the dark, in the underground of your life, something is very much so growing in the dark. And I think you've really taken your time with this. You've been thoughtful with it, because whatever's coming, whatever's about to birth, it really is beautiful for you, because there's this longevity thing of like having fertile soils, and hopeful. So something just really beautiful coming here. Okay, let's see. Asian cultures associate mushrooms with longevity and strength. Certain edible mushrooms, such as shiitake, were used as herbal remedies for centuries. Mushrooms grow in the dark, in the darkest, most unexpected places, in damp soils and rotting wood. Some species, such as morels, I don't think I said that right. I've heard people say it, but for whatever reason, it's not coming out of my mouth properly. Okay, growing in places. Some species, such as morels, grow in places where there were previously fires. Even in difficult times, life finds a way. That is so interesting. So whatever's incubating, it might be incubating on things that have sort of disintegrated in your life. And so on the surface, you may be feeling a lot of like a sense of loss or lostness, or a depletion of hope, or something sort of like collapsed or dissolved from under you. But all of that like matter going back down into your soul, into the earth, and recycling, it's really I feel like it was heavy, whatever's kind of put you on this ground that feels a bit scorched or scorched or something. It's like life might, and especially career on the conscious level outside and appearance, may feel very barren. But all of that material that got scorched, that feels barren right now, it's actually this beautiful, fertile minerals and minerals and nutrients that are going back underground and reorganizing. And sometimes when we've gone through some loss, we think more deeply, more refined, more seriously about life. So whatever's incubating, it's sort of like it wants to birth something that's just so magical. That's what I get when I look at Mysteria. I might as well call it Mysteria from what we're talking about in the subconscious. It's like enchanting, something like very, it's like overwhelming me right now, actually. Like something incredibly enchanting is coming. Like when this births, when you start to feel the essence of this coming through into the appearance of your life, into sight, you're gonna be impressed with yourself. That's all I have to say. You're gonna be impressed with yourself. So hang in there. I really feel like right now you do feel like you're on barren land in terms of career, but something is, something beautiful's coming. And I feel like what's wanting to come through here is not about these like patterns that are getting in your way that you need to be aware of. It's just like hope. Hope wants to come through, because I think from where you're standing, things feel a little hopeless or mystifying. Okay, let's look at the Dusk card, number 5. Okay, duality, cycles, beginning, another beginning card. You guys, wow, who are you? You guys this group is on the verge. It's going to be an exciting 6 months. First couple months might be uncertain. Okay, the Dusk card, along with her sister card Dawn, represents the concept of duality and the cyclical nature of day and night. Dusk is considered the time right before sunset, when darkness descends from the sky and the sun touches the horizon. During this time, nocturnal creatures start to emerge from their sleep. Where I live, bats can be seen flying around, their dark silhouettes standing out against the blazing sky. For this card, I decided to create a picturesque sunset typically seen on the West Coast or Hawaii, where I live and frequently visit. Watching the sun set against the ocean gives me a sense of departure as the light leaves these lands for other horizons. And that's exactly, I think you're departing one sense of being in career, and a new horizon is on the way, but it has to incubate in that night phase. And I love what caught my eye, because I was talking about something feeling enchanting, is whatever this horizon is, and I know this is more talking about locations versus career, but the writer of the guidebook talked about this being inspired by the West Coast or Hawaii, which to me always feels like a little bit more of a paradise. To me, the East Coast, and I'm talking about the USA specifically, it doesn't matter where you live, but the East Coast of the USA is where the sun rises in the east over the ocean, and so I think of that as like dawn and daylight and that bright burning heat, very assertive. And then the West Coast is where it sets over the ocean. And so it's where things are a little bit more relaxed and chill and healing and fertile and vibrant. Or I should say, not, vibrant could also be that day, but like fertile and gently vibrant, I guess I should say. A softness, a healingness. So whatever's coming with this new beginning, and this did talk about like beginnings, whatever's incubating, whatever's about to birth, it will have that same essence, but in the career sense, that it will feel more peaceful, and it will feel more healing, and it will feel more soft and fertile and chill, if you will. I mean, I don't know, like I always expect with the subconscious to be pulling out these like patterns that are like, tripping you up or something that you're not aware of. But I feel like the messages that are wanting to come through from subconscious are like hopefulness, because you're already sitting in this moment of like scorched earth, like barrenness of something has disintegrated from under you, and you don't quite know. It's like maybe you can sense something is congealing, but just like, a butterfly in its cocoon stage, it's like soup in there, or the caterpillar in its chrysalis, it's like soup in there, and you can't even imagine what that new formation of yourself is as a butterfly. That's unimaginable. And so I feel like that's, something is congealing, something's reshaping, but it's like you can't possibly fathom how beautiful this is going to be. So I feel like the only and the one warning here is to find some temperance in terms of the ferocious appetite you may have to want this new beginning, or once it's here, of going too quickly and like getting yourself in trouble. Like, temper your pace just a little bit, because it's here, it's yours, so don't feel like you have to grasp at it when it comes. So, wow, beautiful stuff. All right, so we are going to pull out the Dreamkeepers Tarot, and we're going to go a level deeper into each of these cards. And since this is the deck for your pile that you chose, the messages that come out here may be especially important for you guys. Okay, slide this card. Ace of Wands, a beginning, and it's creative, it's passionate. Wow. Yeah, it's just to me, it's like, get centered in yourself. Do things like being physically active to sweat out old toxins and to ignite, build that fire, build that heat within you. That's what I want to say there. Okay, let's get them all out and then we'll go through it. Three of Swords, yeah, okay. And then Knight of Pentacles, beautiful. Beautiful. Okay, so again, just to repeat, keep in mind that these might be especially important messages coming through in this level. Yeah, it's time to build your heat, this wisteria energy. It needs you to start to feel more alive. So physical activity, watching or reading things that inspire you and build a passion in you. It's all about building some heat in your body right now, which will ignite something, which will bring that hopefulness as grounds for this wisteria to really root into and get the nutrients it wants. There's all these nutrients and all this fertile, rich soil down in your depths But it's like it needs to turn on, it needs to be activated so that that growth can start happening. And so a little bit of heat is needed to find that power, to find that ignition point, that spark that allows this incubation, the roots from seeds to start rooting in, grounding in, and feeling at home in order to start pushing up into the consciousness, into your actual life. 3 of Swords with mushrooms. The mushrooms that are growing in the dark and moist, fertile places, there has been a lot of disappointment in career. I'm not going to lie, and it might have been multiple disappointments. And so this message is coming through to say, each time we have a failure or a disappointment, instead of putting up walls and letting it knock your self-confidence and forming judgments about yourself, each of those can become soil and can become very fertile, rich, moist places for the next thing to grow with more maturity, more alignment, hence more confidence, actually, paradoxically. And so all of these disappointments that I think have happened in career or maybe life in general that's knocked your confidence a bit, just know that this next attempt is not going to be the same. Whatever comes out next is built on a new sense of refinement. And that word came out when I was putting these out, and I noticed that it kind of surprised me that it came out of my mouth, that refinement. Something's refining because you've been through it. You know what you don't want, hence you have a much more focused, targeted understanding of what you do want. And that means all the difference in finding your soils, your place to grow, to be fertile, to stand out and be this beautiful wisteria or these amazing, interesting mushrooms. Whatever's coming out of this next round or into this next round is so much more alive and aligned and headed towards success. It's like your thing, your thing is finally coming. So don't get down on yourself right now. That's what I'm hearing. You're using all these difficulties, these failures as the most perfect, beautiful soil you could ever ask for, and you know so much more about what you do and don't want, and that's why that refinement is here and maturity is here. And these two things, wisteria and mushroom, they both grow so fast. Like whatever comes next, you're taking off in it. Yeah, so this is all, I love this subconscious message. It's all just like a pep talk in reality, which is not how it's usually gone. When I did the reading 6 months ago, or pile 1, like subconscious is not usually the pep talk. It's usually uncovering the patterns that are tripping us up. And then we have with Dusk, the Knight of Pentacles. You are ready for adventure, and you're ready again. To me, the soils, the land, the location, there's something about land, I think, for a lot of you. The soils you're on, the location you're at, I feel like that's really important to hear for a lot of you. The right location. And that's actually an interesting thing, like metaphorically to think about, is like maybe you are a wisteria, but you keep planting yourself in places where wisteria struggle to grow. And so it's like you've got this though now. I think you do actually understand that. But it's also like a huge confirmation needing to come through of like wherever this incubation and this new beginning is going. The reason why I think you already know it is because something's already in incubation, and it's because you've found the right soil, that things are really rooting in beautifully. So it's something about the land you're on, the location you're at, or a specific, really, really specific industry or job that's very targeted, that like contains the exact right soils for this wisteria mushroom energy, this enchanting energy to just flourish. And this Knight of Pentacles is like the steward of the land, but he's charming. He's is that ferocious energy again. It's like there can be some impatience and impetuousness with the Knights and with Wisteria, so that's something to temper, like, you know. But the Knight of Pentacles is a little bit more cautious. It's just like, you know, charge forward, use your charm, be the steward of whatever these soils are. But don't get ahead of yourself. You know, things grow in cycles for a reason. We can't pull the grass and make it grow faster. It won't. So it's like a little bit, I think that's the message coming subconsciously from the Knight of Pentacles, is like down in this subconscious area where things are incubating. There's this Knight of Pentacles aspect of yourself that's saying, I've got this. I am tending to all of this perfectly, but I am impatient. You're feeling my impatience, and be patient. This is a process. Good things take time to birth, you know. Don't go too quickly. Don't trip over yourself. Don't try to break through the surface of this before it's your time. Patience. Trust that down in this rich, fertile, beautiful soils that's incubating something with career, an aspect of yourself has got this. It's solid, it's passionate, it's excitable, but that's the main thing coming through, is like trust. Because I'm just going to go through these again because this is the important message in your reading. Build your heat. Start building heat and passion. Find the confidence and assurance that this next round of whatever this is coming from a new place of maturity and real strong alignments and wisdom. And to have patience, because things are being tended to in these rich soils in this incubation phase, with passion, with excitement, and with this cultivator, the steward of whatever this is. So beautiful. Okay. Last, one step deeper, even last little step further and further down into the subconscious here. Going to call on the priestesses of light to just give a message. Over. Wow, Divine Mother. Move these up a bit. Nurturing compassion and grace. Wow. So I love the symbolism of Divine Mother, because I'm thinking of Mother Earth and the womb space and something incubating, and this grace coming through. This is divine timing. This is divinely meant for you, whatever's incubating. And you have Goddess Mother energy watching over this, cheering you on, nurturing you with so much compassion, and infusing whatever this is with so much grace. And I think that comes, you know, I know she's connected to the wisteria, but she's also looking at the Three of Swords. And that is an energy that when we've been through it, we develop a sense of grace and elegance, because we've been through certain fires and disappointments, and we just like it builds an ability to know how and when to let go of things, and how to trust that each time it gets better because we have more wisdom, and there's just like a grace that comes with that. And so that's being built into this, whatever this enchanting thing that's incubating is just so beautiful, so beautiful. Miracles. Oh my gosh, you guys, this is bananas. I'm not kidding. Ancient wisdom. Again, I'm coming into that Mother Earth, the ancient wisdom of the earth, of the soils, where you're incubating. It is watching over this so hardcore, along with that aspect of you, this Knight of Pentacles inner aspect of you that's doing things in the dark. You have goddesses watching over this and really rooting for you. You have some beautiful karma coming for you. So, and I like that this 39, yeah, oh, never mind. I thought it added up to 11, but it doesn't. Me and my math. Anyway, ancient, yeah, and that's why wherever you're rooting in, wherever these soils are that are incubating what's next, there's so much wisdom there, and there is the strength of ancient energies that are really, really, you know, that longevity that came up both with wisteria and mushroom. This is coming from ancient energy that knows how to last, how to tap into the timeless, how to pay attention to wisdoms when they're offered and when they come through you. And it's this patience. Patience is coming through, that miracles, ancient wisdom. It takes time, patience, but something miraculous, enchanting, divine. Wow. So special. And I just feel like this is all a big pep talk from the subconscious. Trust, 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 trust. Okay, last one. Friendship, support, fun, unity, play. I love that coming out with the dusk, connected to those feelings, at least, of like the West Coast and Hawaii. It's something more relaxed, more ease-filled. But I love this energy of friendship coming in with the Knight here, who's charming and excitable, and then friendship coming in where there's support and fun, and yeah, just beautiful energy. And I feel like this is a clue a little bit about like the environment. These are like the essence, and then this is like the environment that's coming, is like collaboration, growth and excitement, land, ease, and beauty and healing. It's just, yeah, I mean, I don't know what else to say. This is just honestly a pep talk from the subconscious, is like, which makes me feel so much about where you must be right now. I really think that a lot of you are like just not seeing anything, any visible signs, and like feeling a little bit down and hopeless, and maybe even judgmental about yourself. But it's like patience. I think, you know, you can sense something's happening, but yeah, it's really hard to trust that when all you see is like barrenness. But it's whatever's coming, just patience, you guys. Trust, patience, nurture yourself, nourish yourself, focus on the most enchanting, beautiful possible career trajectory that is filled with ease and support and play and fun and grace and divinity and ancient roots. Yeah, but I don't know. That's all I'm going to say there. Okay, let's move down up to the light of day, what we can see, what is more conscious, influences we can see for the coming 6 months. All right, so we are going to pull 3 cards from the Sacred Destiny deck to get kind of a general feeling for what's going on that is easier to see. Advice we can get from spirit around that. Wow. Okay. You know this is happening. It's just because you can't see it, it's hard to trust it. But you know you're in this like spacious, expansive. You want this. Okay, wait. I need to pull the 3rd one before we get into it. I'm getting ahead of myself. I've got that night energy and the wisteria that's like impatient and okay. Protection. Oh, wow. Okay. I love this so much. Yes. So you can tell you are growing in a whole new way when it comes to career, but you're out in no man's land at the moment. So it's really hard to trust. It's like you can sense you're in this nebula cosmic area of womb space of things are happening. You are filled with some enchantment. You're connecting to that enchantment. It's just that you need to believe it, because sometimes these fantastical fantasy cosmic realms can sort of feel like just like that, like, oh, I'm in a fantasy place and this isn't real. But you know it is, because that's what came up with this conscious. You know it is, and you need to trust. You need to trust. You know this is happening. And I see setting sail for something. I got that message, like changing shores, changing lands, moving soils, something. You've got your compass set to take you where growth is much more possible for you. So I think that's like where you're at right now is, and I sense that down in the subconscious that you were already, because something's incubating so well, you already kind of have your compass focused for something specific or different. It's just hard to believe because you're not there yet. You're still like setting sail somewhere, but it's a little nebulous, so it's hard to trust, but trust. Yeah, beautiful. And it's a huge thing. I think, when we saw the 3 of Swords down in your subconscious, under this same middle placement, I think you've been through it. I think you've been in a lot of stressful jobs, stressful career trajectories, a lot of pressure. And I think that we also saw with the dawn, where it's like a more ease, relaxed kind of setting. I think you're setting sail for something that has it's like when you have the right soils, things can be more simple and still grow at a more rapid pace. It's such an interesting excuse me, interesting thing to think about, that like sometimes we can work so hard and get nowhere. And I feel like that's been a lot for you. But when we get to the right place, the right job, whether it's just setting sail for the right type of industry or job, or literally changing the land location, we're in the right thing. Things can grow with ease and without that struggle, and it's just simple. And I feel like you're having this like huge aha moment that's partially because you've been through it, and so had some mature wisdoms come through experience, but partially downloaded from all of that beautiful goddess guidance protector energy that we've seen, of like whisperings in your ear of like, hey, if you go over here, you're gonna grow just fine without hardly any work. And yeah, so that, I got ahead of myself. That is a thread coming through here. Don't get ahead of yourself. It keeps happening in this reading, that message coming through. Protection is over you. And I think you feel it. But yeah, consciously, you want more simplicity. Consciously, you're kind of setting sail, but I feel like you're in a place of having a hard time trusting that that's real. And then consciously, I think you've witnessed some things or felt some things, or you've had certain synchronicities or some divine interventions or something where you can tell something is steering you, protecting you, showing you certain things. So keep your eyes out for that, because showing up in the conscious area, you're already aware of this, but you need to turn it on, especially because this is the third card. I sort of feel like this is a progression a little bit. So I feel like the further and further we get into these 6 months, from when you watch this, the more you're going to feel and trust that protection is actually there. So like right now, you're kind of in this mode. You're aiming for this, but you're not at that yet. You're kind of, shooting for it. And questioning if that's real, what you're kind of sensing is incubating. So yeah, just kind of a confirmation there that, I think you're sensing it's real, but struggling to trust it's real, and that's confirmation that it is real. Okay. Damn, you guys have such a cool reading. 9 of Discs, beautiful. So we're going to pick 6 tarot cards just to get more context about this next 6 months, anything Spirit wants you to know. Princess of Discs, exploration. Yeah, you're setting sail for something, whether metaphorically or literally. Wow, look at these cards, you guys. What? This card wants out. King next to King. Let's see, I want to center these. Okay, well, that one flew out. Got another Prince. A lot of people, a lot of the court cards here, a lot of people involved in this. Whatever's happening. Ugh. Couldn't end on a better card. Damn. Okay. 9 of Discs. There's something about the where these are falling that feels important to me. I didn't pick up on that in the last reading, but this 9 of Discs and this Princess of Wands, I actually really want to center these under the cards. You need to explore right now. That's something about the incubation process. It's sort of like, yes, you're needing to change the soils, but I think a little bit more exploration is needed, and openness to change, openness to broadening your perspective, because pushing yourself to look out past the horizons you're currently on. I mean, you're doing this, but it's just confirmation, this thing of looking beyond your horizons, of looking for something different, fresh, new. Sovereignty lies there for you. Growth of your ability to cash in, your ability to find financial independence, to really grow the land, the resources, the material, the wealth of your life. Comfort is really connected to whatever you're exploring right now. So keep pushing that, keep believing in that. Focus there. This simplicity, I love this because you are stepping, whatever births in this new beginning, you're stepping straight into some sense of authority and command, where you don't have to do the hustle and climb the chain and compete. You're just, you end up at the top where everyone else is doing that for you. So you can just kind of point and like, yes, I need help here, and can you do this for me, and this needs to be done. And you're just sort of overseeing. At the same time, whatever it is you're birthing is more simple in nature too. So it's not like, because there's certain leadership authority positions that can still be quite stressful and pressure filled. And it's like, no, there's, whatever this is gentle, it's easy, but you have complete command of this, both in heart and in passion. I feel like it's whatever it is, it's not like a ton of people are involved. We did see the friendship down in play and unity down in the subconscious. So I think there are, and we have a lot of people here, the princess, 2 kings, a prince, a lot of people involved, but more I feel like on the periphery. I think whatever you're doing, it doesn't need a lot of crazy pressure filled leadership. Is simplistic in nature what you're the leader of, that's coming. The other option for some of you is there could be leaders who really have your back in different ways, because we have 2 of them here. So there may be important authorities in what does birth, that help you keep this simple and light, and are very wise and supportive, and really have your back. And so it could be one way or the other. Either you're kind of stepping into king authority leadership role, or there are some leaders that really have your back and hold you up and make things simple for you. Either way, there's people making things more simple for you in something that feels light and simple in nature. And then this protection coming in, that passion, like I said, down in the subconscious area, it's really worth building heat in yourself right now. This passion is coming through, and because there's passion to whatever you're got your sights set on, your compass set on, whatever you're exploring, that passion is going to lead to focus, determination, intellectual capability, and like a confidence and clear focus, but in a way that's like adventurous and again, fast moving. These nights are a little bit impetuous, but I feel like, this guy looks very focused to me. I think he's got some inner energy he's trying to control, maybe. So it's like, that's what it is. That's what's coming in here. Is like really trusting in this protection here that's got you covered, this divine. It's like you have people supporting you and divine protection supporting you. So trust in these things is allowing whatever is a little bit impetuous in you and like too eager to charge forward in life and grow and expand and whatever. Because you have these supports, you're able to kind of contain it and harness it and temper it a little bit, and really put that volatile energy into something more focused. And you're really dropping into this chariot. I love chariot being this last thing. This is like at the 6-month point. It's like your soul is aligned. This thing is birthed. You're on your way. You are charging forward solidly on this path. and arrived, and yeah, feeling full. I love the full moon above these horses, feeling full, feeling like the path has opened in front of you. There's a fullness of being and nothing but clear path ahead to charge forward. It's, but with like a focused determination. Keep your eye on the path, like don't wander off of it. There is a clear path being shown to you. Just stay on it and stay focused, and you're golden. That's so amazing. And then the back of the deck, we have, of course, Eight of Wands. This is happening faster than 6 months. Or just a lot is going to happen in 6 months. So you're already going to start to see traction, like immediately, like the day you have this reading, traction is starting, things are clicking, you're starting to believe more and more and trust more and more, and be able to get out of this can I believe that this is real, because things are landing consistently, consecutively, coherently, one after the other. The road is, like protections are coming in, people support are coming in, alignment with your own soul is coming in, and you're just like, your compass is set. It's just trusting that compass, because you can't see everything at once. Like little by little clues are coming, and moments and manifestations are coming to be like, okay, oh, it is more real. Oh, it is more real. Oh, it is kind of real. I think it's real. It is real. That was silly, but you get what I'm saying. Wow, this was an amazing reading, and I wish you guys the best of luck over the next 6 months. What a journey it seems like is ahead. So whatever you feel like is the barren environment and outlook you have right at this moment, I think you already know that's not the case. You already know that, but it's just hard to see where the compass is actually, to believe the compass is going where you hope it is. So confirmation all over this reading that it is going where you think it's going, and it is as magical as you think. Okay. This is where I'm going to leave you guys. If this resonated with you, thumbs up is the simplest way to support me, and I super appreciate those. It helps my little algorithm, and I definitely love to peruse the comments here and there. It's always fun to see if little specific things stuck out that resonated, and definitely subscribe to get more readings from me. I'd love to do more for all the peoples out there. So that's it. I will see you in your next reading. Hello, Pile 3. Welcome to your 6 months ahead career reading. If this is you guys, you picked the Priestesses of Light deck along with this beautiful kind of grayish white mineral stone. Okay, I'm actually going to put this deck aside. We're going to pull it out later. I just wanted to help confirm the pile, and we're going to pull that out in a minute. So to begin with, we are going to dive down into your subconscious to see any messages that need to be brought into more awareness, brought up to a more clear conscious place that may be either affecting career or generally your life, that spills into career, or so either patterns that might be tripping you up that you need to see better, or things that are beneficial that you're not playing into well enough, that could be enhanced. So we'll just see what comes up. So I'm going to pick 3 of these Nocturna cards. It's the stuff that comes out into life in the night. pitcher plant. Oops. Clownfish and anemone. And manta ray. Okay, let's see. I'm going to be reading the guidebook for these because they have such beautiful nocturnal type messages that are hard to replicate from my own mind. Okay, so we'll start with the pitcher plant. And I just have to find which page it's on. Hold on a minute. Okay, 25. Okay, so deceit and illusion. The carnivorous pitcher plant gives off a scent that is enticing to insects. However, this is a trap. Once an insect has fallen inside the plant's chamber, it is eaten alive with the plant's digestive juices. Beware of temptations, for things may not be as great as they appear. Very interesting. So what I'm picking up on, what sort of channeling through for this is that, what's that saying? Not all that glitters is gold. Like, you may be very enticed by the appearance of things or be too believing in trusting in people. I mean, trust is a beautiful quality to have, but so is skepticism sometimes. So a healthy dose of skepticism may do you a little good. Like, your heart might just be so willing and so eager to believe in people and things presented to you, or your eyes could be a little too eager by what's on the surface of something. And I feel like we have a little bit of both in this pile. Some people that are just like very eager to believe in the good of everyone, where, you know, not to lose that quality, but to also ask questions and have a healthy, slight dose of skepticism, you know, find out certain track records before you dive head first, or before you give money to someone, like, know a little more about them. Yeah, I feel like you may have a tendency to get yourself in a little bit of hot water because you leap a little too quickly and too openly potentially into things. You know, and then some of you, on the other hand, yeah, may be very attracted by the appearance of something without taking the time to really understand a more holistic sense, or connecting more with what your gut says, you know, about something versus what your eyes seem to see. Yeah, so an interesting message there. And I just feel like such a sweetness around you guys, though. Like, you just really do want to believe that everything is beautiful and as loving as you are. And I think that energy does often attract that back to you, which makes it easier to believe, but it can also get you in hot water. Okay, let's move over to clownfish and anemone 50. Okay. Symbiosis, friendship, working together. Yeah, you guys are so sweet. Okay, the clownfish and anemone form a symbiotic relationship. The clownfish protects the anemone from predators, as well as cleans and provide the anemone with nutrients from waste. In return, the anemone provides a home for the clownfish and also strengthens the clownfish's skin with its mucus. working with a partner and utilizing each other's strengths can benefit both of you. So there is like, while there is this slight naive or young openness in you, at the same time you have such a beautiful wisdom of really getting the benefit and the feedback systems that happen when you help each other out. And I feel like you are someone that loves to help because you understand that help and return and partnering and really working together only builds things stronger, that it brings a diversity of capability that brings more power of survival and thriving and just flourishing in life. Unfortunately, and it's almost the same thing that's going on here, not everyone understands this. There are a lot of people who are out for themselves. And so this might be where some of your penchant for trusting and taking things a little bit to at face value or with too much of an open heart comes from, is because you actually have this really mature, wise understanding. It's just that it's not a quality that everyone possesses. So this is something to watch for as a pattern in others. If you see that they, in other areas of their life, they partner well and they understand that support and that strength in the diversity that comes with teaming up, with collaborating, with sticking together, with acting as a unit, you can look at other parts of people's lives, other behaviors. So it's worth taking time, because this isn't, I think that you have this thing that this is inherent. This is just what, part of humanity, and it's not. And so I think the message to take away here is not to lose this beautiful energy. It's really impressive. It's really lovely. But that skepticism that you do need to develop is to watch people's patterns of behavior, where how people act in one way in their life is how they're going to act in every way in their life. So you don't even have to see, in terms of career, how someone's track record and career has been, because sometimes that's hard to get, but you can see what kinds of relationships in love they have, or in friendship, or how they treat service staff, or you just take a minute to observe patterns of behavior in people and in opportunities before you take it at face value and just trust in it and jump in. I think you've had some great benefit and luck with this, but you've also gotten yourself in hot water with it. So just watching patterns of behavior is I think a huge message coming through here for you guys. Okay, let's look at the third one, Manta Ray. The one thing I love this deck so much, but it is not numbered and it is not in alphabetical order, and it frustrates me to no end to try and figure out, even in looking at the table of contents. Okay, here we go, 17. It takes me so long sometimes to figure out where this card is, or a card is. Manta Ray, grace and calmness. Wow, you guys are just beautiful. I just love you, whoever you are. Despite being the world's largest ray with a wingspan of up to 9 meters, which is 29 feet, the Manta Ray glides effortlessly through the water with grace and confidence. While manta rays will stay in the shallow waters for feeding and mating, they can dive as deep as 400 meters or 1,476 feet. As with the depths of the ocean, the manta ray reminds us to explore the depths of our emotions with calmness and composure. Beautiful. I think what's coming through here that you don't know, because this is subconscious stuff, so something you need to become more aware of, is that you have an unusual depth to you, which is, I think, where this mature understanding comes about this card, the symbiotic kind of quality of maturity. You have a depth to you that is unusual. And it's, again, coming back to this pitcher plant, these two qualities that you have, it's like you assume that this is inherent, and it's not. It takes very mature, wise souls to have this. So it's like an interesting dichotomy. An aspect of you is young in terms of just being ready to believe that everyone has certain maturities. But then there's like an old soul part of you that has depth and has this understanding of working together and a belief in humanity, you know? So it's an interesting dichotomy you guys have. It's like this very young, naive thing and these very wise old things. So you may vacillate between this, where like sometimes, and I think it depends on the person you're interacting with, but sometimes you're seen as very kind of naive, and then sometimes you're seen as very profound, and this is why. So if you have confusion about people's reactions to you and how they may, and I feel like this is even with a same person. You could have each individual that you know will treat you in vacillating ways, and it may confuse you because at times they see this aspect of you that's really naive, and at times they see these very profound aspects of you. So the way that you are treated by people could feel very confusing to you because you don't see, because this is subconscious, you don't see what they're reacting to. So this is just a little bit of a clue as to why sometimes you get different reactions from people. So I think recognizing that these are unique, profound qualities that not everyone has is a big thing to understand, and then recognizing also that sometimes you take things a little too at face value, and developing a dose of skepticism would be good, and it might really stabilize some of this. So it's stabilizing the kinds of reactions you get from people. But you have such beautiful things here, just like a really wide open heart, this understanding of really working together, and this graceful depth that's just so beautiful. I really love you guys. Okay, we are going to dive one level deeper into the subconscious on each of these cards with just one tarot card from the Dreamkeeper, just to get a little more context here. Ace of Swords. Yeah, it's like this eagerness to grow anywhere, to believe any soil is fertile, and that everyone has a believing things at face value kind of thing. The Hermit. Okay. This is a quality you could bring out a little bit more. I think it's because you've been hurt, I think, several times. You question this understanding you have about life, but it's just developing. Anyway, okay. The Fates. Okay. Okay, Wheel of Fortune is that card, but I like the Fate. We'll just call it the Fates. Okay, so yeah, when it comes to career, you're especially when you connect with people on an idea and ideals level, you are very eager to jump. And this is saying you have a magnetic quality. People do want to entice you in. They want to be connected to your powers, your resources, your authority, whatever it is. So they'll kind of entice you in, and you're very quick to jump if you've had that kind of intellectual connection. And yeah, so just again, like when you have those sparks in connection, it's time to take a step back and observe patterns of behavior for just a minute. You know, don't just, it's so easy to be like, I'm very excited about this opportunity. Can I, you know, there's a few things I need to think about. Let me just sit on it for a couple days, and then kind of watch some patterns of behavior, take stock of this. And after a couple days, if that spark is still there and you've, you know, really paid attention to certain patterns, you'll have more surety of what's going on here, and that your magnetic qualities really can serve good in something. It's just take a minute, a beat. Okay, and then the Hermit. Yeah, this is so connected. Like, you've been hurt because of this type of pitcher plant scenario before, when you've expected the scenario to go more like the clownfish anemone, where there's this symbiotic support, and so you've walled yourself off a little bit. I think that's where you are right now. You probably vacillate, but like right now, I think you're in a mode of like really pulling back a bit. But something you should know is that you do have a personal instinct about this symbiotic quality. You have a really clear, personally unique understanding of this, that's not something you can learn from the outside world. It's something through experience that's developed, an instinct that you have. So you know, so when you're, and I like that she's facing this pitcher plant. So this goes back here. The pattern of behavior you're wanting to see is this, and you have an instinct for it. So when you take a beat before you just say yes to anything that looks appealing or seductive or sounds great or that makes your heart feel open, step back and look for the patterns of symbiotic behavior. You have an instinct for it, and you can trust that instinct. You just need to be more conscious of specifically looking for that pattern. Okay, so moving over here, manta ray, depth, grace, calmness. Let's see, the fates here. This is your own, just like the pitcher plant has a seduction and an attraction. You have, this is what makes your Ace of Swords magnetism so potent. This is something that's very magnetic about you, and you attract very fateful things to you. But what you don't realize is you hold the scissors like the fates do, and you can cut those cords wherever you want them to be cut. And because I have this sense that you are very open, nice, eager type of people, that sometimes you let things go longer than they should when you've already seen with that instinct that things are going south. And so you need to bring into your consciousness that, like, you hold the scissors of the fates. You have the power to cut things off as soon as you recognize that someone actually does not have this symbiotic quality, this working together quality. you need to get better at cutting those cords a little bit more quickly. Yeah, you have more power than you think in that capacity. So something that needed to come through. Okay. One last level deeper with the subconscious, we are pulling out the Priestesses of Light. And because this is the deck you chose connected to your pile, whatever messages come from these are particularly important to download and process. And because it's the Priestesses of Light, I feel like you have a deep spiritual essence within you, a real source of connection to spirit. So let's see what gets reflected back about that. Yeah, this is important. Twin flame, soul partner, eternal connection. You attract in these partnerships that are so important, but it's using this instinct that the hermit has, developing a little skepticism and observation of behavior around that symbiotic connection of twin flames. You need to get better at more appropriately identifying that, because I think you have many twin flames, to be honest. I know that might not sound accurate. I don't know if technically twin flames there's only supposed to be one other, but I think you have several types of like soul partners. But because you have that as an essence, as an attractor in you, a lot of people want to trick you into believing they are a twin flame for you. They are a soul partner, and you need to get better at discerning and using your instinct to determine who's faking being that soul connection and who really is. It's really important for you guys to specifically download, like, I'm feeling like this opportunity, this person, this whatever is like a soul connection, but take a beat for how open and like pure you are in some ways, like especially like in your heart and your eyes. People can fool you a little too easily about this. So yeah, take a minute. Okay. Harvest, gathering of blessings. Yeah, this is another message about how to identify these symbiotic twin flames. Because when you're in those modes and those relationships and those opportunities, especially career related, it's a very fruitful thing. It produces a lot. It's, it produces more than you could ever wish for or dream of. But this is a pattern of behavior, not only this instinct that just kind of has an instinct about it, if you take a minute of skepticism to watch patterns of behavior, but it's another pattern of behavior you can see in others is how fruitful have they been? How productive and how fruitful is whatever area of your life that is connected to what they're trying to twin flame with you about. If you don't feel an instinct or evidence of fruitfulness around them, even in your gut, because sometimes, harvests go in seasons, so sometimes maybe someone's in a winter cycle. But in your gut, if you ask that question of like, do they produce harvests? Because you can't produce a harvest on your own. It would be really, I guess you can, but not a big one. It'd be really difficult. Is this a harvest type of person? something in your gut and in your instinct, another question to kind of add into the fold of like, yeah, is there something fruitful about them? Is this all talk, or do I feel the essence and in my gut something fruitful and productive about them? Or this opportunity, it might not even be a them. Okay, last one. Feeling this card. Come on, you can't make this up. Setting boundaries, threshold protection, honor. You hold the scissors of the fates. You can cut those cords when you need to. Not only do you need to be better about setting some boundaries in order to watch patterns of behaviors before you commit to something, but if you're in something and you all of a sudden recognize, and your instinct and your gut sees like, oh, they aren't this twin flame. Like, this is the energy of your twin flame, but you're too eager to like allow twin flame anywhere. But anyway, if you're in something, if you've been caught by this pitcher plant and you're already in it, and you didn't initially set the right boundary, you still have the scissors. You can still cut things off. You can still recover some honor and protect yourself. You have that ability, that permission, that divine right to cut things where they are once you see the pattern isn't right. Okay, beautiful messages, beautiful souls in you guys. I really feel that. So we are going to jump up to the conscious area now, what we can see in the light of day, what's more obvious, and look at the next 6 months of career. Okay, so initially, we're going to pull 3 of these Sacred Destiny cards to get a little bit of a landscape of what's going on. What are the energies around career? Happiness, beautiful. Solitude. And last one, whoops. And love, look at these. These are so beautiful. And I feel like they match what I've seen about your soul that's just like so sweet. Happiness, solitude, and love. So I feel like currently you are with some very matched kind of soul connections that are really blossoming. They're in a spring phase right now though. And to me, this feels like a spring phase. You haven't gotten to the summer harvest point, so you still need to, put your all in. Of course, we have to like work hard in the spring. It's the time to put a lot of the effort in, but it's worth taking some moments for yourself to still do some observation. I don't think whatever's around you with career right now has fully proved themselves as harvest quality, symbiotic quality. Things feel like they're on the up and up. It's looking good, but you do need to keep an ounce of skepticism and some solitude to feel into your gut, to feel into the resonances, to observe patterns of behavior, and really be sure that you're seeing things in a clear, accurate way. But at the moment, the signs are positive, especially over the next 6 months. This whole next 6 months is all spring phase. So it's saying things are great, things are good, things are blossoming, they're fun. You're with some good collaborators that feel right, in sync. happy, but don't give up. Don't give up some solitude. Don't give up a teeny bit of observation and skepticism just to cover your tracks, you know? That's all I'm gonna say. So, because I feel like this is your, you know, the happiness and the love is like your natural energy, and so you're in something right now. And just like we saw with the fates and the setting boundaries, if things start to go south ever, this keeping some solitude and an ounce of skepticism is going to be such a powerful tool for you for feeling that permission still, feeling that it's like one tiny foot out still. Giving yourself the escape route should you need it, the boat, the escape boat should you need it. There's still an ounce of needing that over this next 6 months. Let's see what the tarot cards say, any other context there. But yeah, I feel like right now things feel positive, but as we've seen with your subconscious, you easily get into that space. So you know, and this is conscious, so I think something in you has tapped into this of like, I do have like one foot out with something, and you know, for some reason that's good, even if this continues and you get to that summer phase and recognize that harvest quality and energy. You know, this may all be good. I think it's going to be different for all of you. It's just that you easily go here, happiness, love. And you've learned, so instinctively you have like a tow out or a dinghy boat waiting just in case, or taking a little bit of time to observe, and that's healthy. So keep, you know, that if this all resonates, you're on the right track. Like, for some of you, I think this will go into harvest, and for some, you're going to need the escape boat. So, you know, and maybe because I'm seeing the blossoming here, flowers of all, you know, different variety. Maybe you're pollinating several things, and so not fully committed to any one thing, which I think could be good at the moment. Okay, so let's look at the tarot. Wheel of Fortune upside down. Okay. Strength. Queen of Discs. That's beautiful. The Moon, yeah, coming under solitude. That's interesting. Okay. Six of Wands. And Prince of Discs. Okay, under the deck we have Five of Swords, defeat. Okay, so generally it's like you're fighting, you're trying to elevate the way you are fighting for or thinking about like important causes or important groups right now, and you're kind of in the thick of it, but having a good time with it at the same time. And the Five of Swords is a slight warning that you might need to step back. That solitude feels important now. I knew that felt a little more important than what I was saying. I don't know that this is exactly about people. It feels a little bit more connected to something you feel passionate about in the world, that might be connected to certain things you're doing. You need to take a higher perspective, and not see if there's like an opposing side to some agenda, some social thing, some group that you're fighting against or judging or seeing in a certain light. It's sort of like you need to take a higher perspective, because there might be a little bit more to what you're seeing, or you might be throwing out the baby with the bathwater in some way. But it's just like you need to elevate how you're seeing something with a little bit more softness, I guess you could say. Yeah, that's interesting. That's interesting. Let's see what comes up as we go through these other, the laid down cards. Okay, so Wheel of Fortune. It's a little bit, that Wheel of Fortune's going in the reverse. So I don't know if you're trying to progress something career-wise, especially with that feels happy, it feels excited, it feels like it should be progressing, but like something is starting to turn downward maybe a little bit. And it's not the end of things. It's not the end of the road. It's just that, like, I think you're moving into a new phase from, like, that over eagerness to seeing just how much work something might be. The initial excitement is starting to wane. That exuberant period we see with the dolphins, that's sort of like where you're at, but you're starting to move into like seeing like, okay, this actually has a lot of pieces and complications and work, like time to put in the work kind of thing coming. So the Wheel of Fortune is turning in the sense like not in downward spiral, but just into like the next moment of like, okay, there's actually like some elbow grease to start putting in now, or time to be over the excitement of the initial idea and coming together of something. It's like time to get into work. Strength is coming in here. Time to put a little elbow grease in. Time to muster a certain courage to really put yourself into something that maybe you didn't recognize from the onset was going to be as much work as it's going to be. And it's really tapping into your heart. So that strength too, now that things are getting a little bit heavier, a little harder, to say, like, sometimes it's also the strength to know I have the scissors and I can cut something off if this really isn't for me feeling like it's going to go past this moment of initial excitement and happiness. And I think it's going to be different for all of you. For some of you, it's like, yeah, I do feel aligned and committed, but it's time to put the elbow grease in. And for some of you, that will turning out of this initial spark happiness phase is like, oh, this is a lot more work than I thought, and the other people are not putting in the same amount of work. This isn't balanced, it's not fair, and I need to have the courage to cut the cord. So you'll resonate, whichever one it is for you, you'll know. And if you are someone that has many things you're pollinating, it's maybe making those for one thing it may be one way, and for the other thing the other way. It might be time to also like really focus your heart and pick a specific direction, because that spring excitement energy can kind of spread us thin. So that might also be something about the strength of like really committing to the thing that that I'm willing to put the elbow grease into. I've got all these fun things and potentials going, but now they're all calling for elbow grease, and I don't have enough elbow grease to go around, so I need to choose the one or two things going. And then we've got Queen of Discs. Whatever you do decide to take forward and really put elbow grease into, has the right, at least from your side of things, has the right fertility, has the right circumstances, resources, environment, mentality around it to carry it to term, to really birth something. And another message of solitude that's coming through here, and I think you know, is like, I think you do need some decompression time. You do need some time with your own energy at moments to feel what you're growing, to feel how your body feels with it and feel what it needs from you. There's something about really getting into your own energy and some peace and calm. We saw with the manta ray, you do have a depth and a calm, and it's like, yeah, a part of you over the these next 6 months needs to really tap that manta ray to really pay attention to what's needed from you to really truly grow and take to term some big thing, especially because the moon is coming out here, which does indicate some confusion, some illusions, some obscurity of the path. And you really need to get into your own energy, take some space for yourself, feel into your instincts, your intuition, your gut, to know how to move forward, to look for signs, reflections, what feels nurturing, anything you feel confused about, you can look for nurturing signs and symbols and synchronicities to help kind of steer you forward and know which things are illusions and which things aren't. Yeah, it's interesting because when I was laying out these cards, I'm like, wow, the conscious place is a very different picture than what the subconscious was wanting to bring forward, but now I'm getting it. It's like you're in that eager, that pitcher plant moment right now, and you need to be careful. There are some illusions around you, I'm not gonna lie. So yeah, it's just time, that healthy skepticism, some time to yourself to observe patterns of behavior. You really need to allow that right now, and you know this on some level because we do have solitude in the conscious part. On some aspect of you understands this, but hopefully that subconscious reading helps you to really more clearly understand what it's about and what you can do, the tools you need for this solitude, what it's about. So I do think that a lot of you have multiple things brewing, and I do think that for those of you that do, at least one thing is going to, by the end of the 6 months, be in a really beautiful spot, have really pollinated something that you're going to commit to. And that, yeah, this reliability, this Prince of Discs and love, it's like you're really committing to one of these flowers, which makes you more reliable because it's like focused and enduring and eager to kind of expand and push forward. So sometimes if we have multiple things going and pollinating, it can be hard to expand all of them. But as soon as you kind of pick your main target, we can take that one thing, and instead of taking up the same amount of space with several things that only produce little bits, you can take that space with one thing that really produces in a sustainable, beautiful harvest. You're picking, by the end of the 6 months, you're picking which flower which thing that you're pollinating is going to be your harvest, and you're really committing to it in a reliable way, and you have what it takes. You have the fight in you, you have the heart, the courage, the leadership, everything you need to stand up to that challenge and win it and really succeed and take the one thing you commit to really far and really in a victorious way. So I think, like, have fun over these 6 months. Give some elbow grease to things that are requiring more of that, but like, do your observations. I think by the end of 6 months, you're going to need to cut the cord on a couple things and really commit to one thing, and like deeply that is your focus. But it doesn't mean you can't have fun and enjoy all this pollination time and feel the vibrancy and the warmth and the excitement of it. Just some realistic expectations laying down here of like, by the end of 6 months, I think you're going to cut the cord on 1 or 2 things and really commit to one thing. So taking the time to observe patterns of behavior and anything that feels a little nebulous or confusing is worth taking a step back from and really looking for those patterns we've talked about in the subconscious to know where to give your heart, your strength, your elbow grease, your work, your ability to harvest towards. And back to defeat, which was the bottom of the deck. Anything that feels like an opponent or an other side of something, there's a softening that needs to be had there. The group, the person, the agenda isn't quite as negative as you might be seeing it at this moment. So also just another thing. For some reason, it doesn't feel connected to like the people you're working with. It's like it's like something bigger, more worldly, that's kind of maybe influencing something you're doing. Yeah, anyway. This is where I'm going to leave you. Beautiful reading. And, you guys just have such a beautiful, beautiful soul, and so unique, really unique people and loving. And I can imagine why everyone really wants you to, wants to be with you and work with you and have you in their lives. Just protect yourself, Okay, if this reading connected with you, the easiest way you can support me is just a thumbs up. A very simple, easy way to show your love and support and help my algorithm. And of course, I do love reading comments. I peruse them every once in a while, and it's fun to see when like specific things pop out to you guys. And definitely subscribe if you are not yet, because I love reading for everybody. I love doing these readings, and it's such a pleasure for me. So I love to share it with as many people as possible. All right, I will see you guys in another reading. Hello, Pile 4, and welcome to your 6-month ahead career reading. If this is you guys, you picked the Sacred Destiny deck along with the Turquoise stone. Okay, I am going to put the deck you chose aside for a little while. We'll get to that in the second half of the reading. But first, we are going to dive into your subconscious to see what in there is Spirit wants you to know about that may be affecting aspects of career. It may be things that generally are affecting your life, but that, spill over into career. It might be quite career specific. And it's been sort of all over the place. Some of these have been things to bring up that you should know that should be brought more out of you, like positive things. And sometimes they've been things connected to, you know, patterns that might be creating issues in your life. And yeah, it's kind of been all over the place. So we'll see what happens for you guys. We're going to pull 3 of these from the Nocturna deck, and it's all the life that comes out in the nighttime. And I'm going to be reading from the guidebook for this because they're really short, beautiful, nocturnal type messages that are hard to kind of replicate. Oops. Okay. This one wants to come out Mountain Lion, Moth. Oh, that moth is beautiful. One more. Ooh, look at you, winged things. Blue Morpho, must be a specific type of butterfly, I guess. Okay, let me grab the guidebook. We're going to start with Mountain Lion. See what we've got going on here. Let's see. I feel like I've drawn this one before and it might have something to do with like leadership, but let's see. Okay, page 40. Sorry, just finding the description. Okay, Mountain Lion, patience, nobility, boundaries. The mountain lion is an ultimate symbol for scrutiny, a reserved and solitary creature. The mountain lion preserves its energy and only attacks when the time is right. These noble big cats are sure of themselves. Being apex predators, they have few things to worry about. That's why they sleep so much. Mountain lions are also very territorial. A reminder that setting boundaries in your life is very important. Interesting. Okay, so something that you might benefit from understanding more about yourself is like you are kind of the top of the food chain, I think, right now in whatever you're doing, your industry, your job, your trajectory with career. Like maybe you're in school and you're kind of 4.0 student and people are looking out for you, wanting to grab you when you graduate, or yeah, wherever you are, whatever point you're at, I feel like you may not understand so much about yourself that you kind of have this both regal but commanding sort of intimidating, that's the word I was looking for, presence. Yeah, so if you feel like sometimes you are more solitary than you like, it may have something to do with how approachable you come off as to people. But sometimes to maintain our place at the top, we, you know, have to kind of have that stature. So it comes with a trade-off, you know. As this being a career reading, you should look at that maybe as an asset in a way, but also that like if you are looking for more connection or feel isolated, maybe something to know is like you need to be the one to kind of put yourself out there, because maybe a lot of people would love to connect with you, but they just feel a little too intimidated or something. So yeah, just a little something to know there. But I feel like that's a beautiful thing to know about yourself, is like you really have the capability to be at the top of the food chain kind of essence about you. Okay, let's look at the moth real quick. Okay, sorry, I'm just looking at this guidebook. It's not, there's no numbers and it's not alphabetical, so sometimes it takes me a minute to figure out where it's at. Okay, moth, distraction, being led astray, burnout. Moths are nocturnal insects that follow the light of the moon. However, with the abundance of artificial lighting from human civilization, moths are often led astray. Conversely, in our consumerist society, we are led to believe that things like earthly possessions and money will provide emotional fulfillment. However, like a moth drawn to a lamp, this is not the case. You may need to adjust your course and not let distraction get in the way. Examine whether the things you are pursuing will actually bring fulfillment and positivity into your life. So similar, I think it was in the last message, sort of a similar thing happened there, but it's slightly different for you guys. To me, the moth connected to that moon energy is very soulful. And today's society, maybe this is just my opinion, but I don't feel like makes the soulful path the popular one. There's so much hustle and so much competition and so much just fast-paced 24/7 on, and so even though you have stature and power and ability to reach the top with prowess, doesn't mean you should just go after anything. You need a soulful path. You need something that brings out soulful qualities like reflection and depth and, excuse me. Yeah, reflection, depth, looking into the psyche, all of this, the unconscious may even really intrigue you, psychology, just, and it doesn't have to be a particular thing. You just need to really feel connected in your soul to this, because you have a lot to give, and you have, a commanding presence that you're able to bring to the table, which is so valuable. It's just that this, modern society is putting a lot of distractions probably in your path. So it's worth taking, this solitary aspect of yourself to kind of step back and really zero in on which career as prey you want to chase after, because maybe you don't realize that you have more options than you do, because you're quite a desirable asset to anything, and maybe it's just not something you've been told or recognized yet. Sorry, I needed a sip of water. But yeah, it's worth you're an asset to any table, and so it's really worth kind of taking your time to scope out what prey, what target, what career actually aligns with what you want, especially because that territorial aspect of the mountain lion kind of sets some boundaries for what it, where it hunts, how it, where it does its work. So it's like once you sort of pick your path, you're kind of hemmed into something in the way that you work. So it's really worth making sure what you're setting boundaries around, that it has the right ecosystem for you, and it really feels like home to you, and like it really nourishes something about you and allows you to kind of do some deeper work. Sorry, wow, there's really something in my throat too coming up. I never get this blocked in my throat. Yeah, this is something I don't think you've admitted to yourself for whatever reason. Maybe this blue morpho will explain something about this. Let's see. Okay, 24. Okay, happiness, joy, wish, rarity. Butterflies are often viewed as a symbol of rebirth. Blue morpho butterflies, which are found in the rainforests of Central South America, symbolize joy and hope, and in some cultures are regarded as wish granters. I saw these creatures very frequently during my travels to Honduras and Ecuador, and they always brought a smile to my face. While these butterflies are fairly common, it is interesting to note that the color blue itself is a rare color to see in nature. It is difficult to produce biologically. That itself makes these butterflies very special. Yeah, interesting. So again, that makes me feel like you really need to pay attention to like the ecosystem that you're in, because these blue butterflies thrive in very, very specific places because they have a certain rarity of where they thrive, and that blue quality they have is sort of that mark of that specialness. And so just like another thing coming through that you really need to, especially when it comes to career, there's something you're blocked with around this. My throat is just totally closing up. It's the weirdest thing. There's something in your environment, I think right now, whether it's generally or specifically to career, that is not right for your unique. Okay, that was weird. My video recorder just like kicked out and stopped on its own for no good reason. It's never happened to me. So I always like to take those things as some sort of sign. So hopefully I don't repeat myself too much, because I think I caught it pretty quick, but hopefully I don't go back too far. But I think I was talking about how you sort of need to really make sure that you're in an environment that supports some unique quality you have, some special quality you have that's somewhat rare, except for in a certain environment or industry or type of job. So look for people who are like you that do a certain job, or people who are like you that are in a certain industry. Because I feel like there's something you're a specialist in something. Yeah, so you need to kind of channel this mountain lion energy and kind of encourage it to explore outside of the current boundaries you're in right now with whatever you're doing. It's time to kind of seek outside of that a little to find this thing that both connects deeply with your soul and that also is like really specifically meant for you. It's almost like calling, like a calling or something that's meant for you. So it's time to really hone in on that. Something that you may not be totally aware of. So start making sort of lists of what your unique traits are, what you bring to the table, and start, I don't know, just kind of exploring what you haven't seen in terms of a career trajectory that might be just really uniquely aligned to you, if you took the time to just explore a little bit more, something different. Okay, we're going to go one level deeper into subconscious with this Dreamkeepers Tarot. Ooh, the World. Beautiful. Yeah, you're really masterful at something. You're really formidable, masterful, capable. Beautiful. Something that gives you independence as well. Some self-employment, or something where you can work remotely, or be left to your own sort of self-direction. You'll really thrive. That will be something that really connects to your soul, and you'll really thrive. You're kind of like a self-starter. But yeah, I think you need your space in career. The Sun, yes. There's somewhere where you are meant, and you haven't keyed into this yet, but there's somewhere where you really shine. And it's worth taking some time to do a little bit of exploring, because you have star quality, this special thing that's really, but it's not like you're the only person in the world. It's just like there are people that have this special kind of way or skill or something that really thrive in a very specific industry or role. And so something you can really shine in. And yeah, so you need to, and it's interesting, the sun has like I feel like that's the moon inside of there. It's interesting. Which, you know, the moon reflects off of the sun, so yeah, like people will really adore you, really look up to you, really, there's some star quality. Yeah, it's interesting, and it's worth taking the time to really seek out people that have, I feel like you probably know what this special trait or skill or quality is, but you don't know that it shines is the problem, and you don't know that there are specific places. Oh shoot, dropped a whole bunch of cards. Look at all these distractions. That is this moth thing. There's all these you're being too distracted by the modern world, and you need to kind of really step back and get into your heart and soul, and just like even imagine, where do you think, not even like looking at what's out there, what other people are doing, what your friends are doing, what your family expects you to do, what's popular to do. You really need to go inward a little and feel into what kind of environment do you feel like you would thrive in? What are some things that are special about you that you might not realize are a huge asset in some way? Yeah, just really start investigating this, because there's somewhere where you can really shine with this unique trait that other people share with you, and other people have found their way to this. So look for other people that you know, outside of your current boundaries, outside of where you're currently hunting career-wise, for people that have this similar unique thing. Whatever it is that comes to mind for you, it's probably different for all of you. Whatever comes to mind immediately, like what's my unique blue trait, you know, that's not typical, but where are other people with this trait? Where are they flocking? Because there's somewhere where people like you thrive, and where you can really shine. Okay, next level deeper, the last level deeper we're going here. We're going to use the Priestesses of Light to bring some sort of more spiritual messages up about all of this. Okay, precognition, psychic ability, future vision. Wow, that's pretty amazing. And look at this like hawk. I think it's a hawk kind of headdress there. You have sight. You need to go up. You need to, you know, mountain lions can climb trees. So there might be something for you where you feel safe, or like you can get the perspective and view you need by going up, by finding a view. So you could even like literally go on hikes to reach like a higher vantage point and do some meditation. And you may be able to sort of key into where it is you're supposed to be hunting, where it is you're supposed to be giving your prowess its powerful, noble quality. Yeah, because you really excel with mastery, and you do have some sight. So it's time to find a vantage point, find a height, find a view where you can get sort of a better look at what's needing to be seen about where you're hunting, what career you're in, what community and industry you're in. I think it's a little off, maybe. Okay. Calming the waters, beautiful, peaceful self-regulation. Yeah, again, going back to your soul is really going to connect to something where you have space to be self-directed, self-regulated. I think you need that kind of peace around you, and we saw that with the mountain lion. There's this solitary nature, but you'll really thrive in that kind of, maybe that is something about what the specialness is. Like you thrive when you're kind of left to your own devices and given space to be self-directed, self-regulated. That peacefulness really helps you flourish and thrive and, find some independence and sovereignty. Okay. Last priestess. You guys are so mysterious and really curious about this. A lot of times in piles I'll feel sort of some recognition or like, oh, I understand this type of person or this or that. And I'm like, I don't think I know anybody that would fit this group right now. Okay. Last one. Hostilities, conflict, unrest. Interesting. Maybe you have a real deep understanding about polarity or diplomacy, or a sign that you're in the wrong environment is feelings of hostility and unrest. I feel like that's more likely for the majority of you to know that your special quality is in the wrong place. The patterns that will show up are hostilities. When you're in the correct place for this, the pattern that shows up is warmth, generosity, leadership, adoration. It's a pretty strong polarity, very strong signals for you, which is kind of a blessing, even though this may not feel good. It's like a really, really clear message for you. Very clear message for you when you're in the right or wrong, which makes sense for this butterfly because it really does only thrive in very specific places. So I'd imagine anytime it's not in the right environment, it's like, yeah, sort of under so much stress and pressure, So you will shine if you're in the right environment career-wise. Otherwise, it's 0 to 100. There's no in between. You're either at 0 and like in this unrest, or you're at 100 and really shining. There's not a lot of middle ground for you guys, which it may take some time to find that right spot, which might mean you go through some of this unrest and difficulty, but it's really a gift and helping you to hone and get you to a very specifically right place for you. There's so many people, I feel like the majority of people can do a lot of different things, and so end up in these career paths that are just like, like I just sort of fell here and stayed. But for you, I don't think that's possible. So it might be frustrating at first that there's no option but for you to find the place where you shine, because you don't really survive career-wise otherwise. So yeah, you guys are very interesting. I definitely hope some of you comment, because I don't know. curious what, maybe some of these skills are. Very, very fascinating. Okay. We are going to jump into the conscious side of career now. So we're going to use these Sacred Destiny cards to kind of show what's around you right now, what's going on currently in the landscape of your career environment, and maybe a little bit of projecting into the future. And because this is the deck for your pile that you chose, whatever comes up for these cards may be very specifically important for you guys to hear and understand, download, whatever, process, unpack. Stillness. Okay, interesting. I actually think that's good. Focus. Makes sense. Leadership. Yeah, this makes so much sense to me. You guys, who you are, I don't know who you are. I'm not familiar. But what I'm seeing here really makes sense from what we saw in the unconscious. So I think currently right now, stillness is what is around you in career. I think you're incubating something. You're in like a winter phase of dormancy. So maybe in some dream time, maybe some of that subconscious stuff you are sort of playing out. I hope it clarified a little bit for you, but I think some of that is, resonating and maybe you've touched upon. And I think you're in that cycle where you are coming out of something where there was the unrest, you weren't thriving, and you're sort of taking some space and doing a little bit of dream time, a little bit of dormancy to really get still, really investigate within something's trying to root some inspiration within you and like lead you in the right way. So like really open up to some spiritual messages, synchronicities, random things someone you don't know says to you in life. That's just like an example. I feel like very random divine intervention type messages are going to be coming to you the more you allow yourself to just kind of release and relax and go into a bit of a hibernation dream time space. I think messages are going to come your way to help you, lead you, and understand where it is you should be directing your career towards. So that's where I feel like you're at, and I feel like you're going to get it. I feel like it's coming very soon, and you're going to find that focus. And it may feel overwhelming, like this is too big for you, but I love that we see again this, it's different than the mountain lion. I think this is a leopard, but kind of similar type of thing, where there's this strong focus and this strong nobility. And specifically with this one, it's like this cat has its sight set on a very specific steep peak, and it's a little bit treacherous in the snow, but because it's so able to be specialized and powerful and focused, it's going to get there just fine. And I feel like that's where you're about to come out the other side of stillness too. You're kind of waking up to recognizing where you need to be, but it might be a little bit more of a journey to get there than feels comfortable, I guess you could say. But I think you have the drive. I think you have the my gosh, I can't speak. Woo, fourth pile, guys. Determination to get there. It's you've got it in your crosshairs. It's coming soon. You're gonna wake up out of this dream time and really recognize. So really pay attention to the messages coming in. It's setting you towards a very specific focus, and you're gonna get there just fine by the end of 6 months. You're really gonna come in. I love this. It's almost like we have maybe bits of the Aurora Borealis and the North Star. I might be making that up, but that's what I see. Aurora Borealis and North Star. There's something very mystical putting you on course, and it's again that focus. You have a compass, you have set in this, and it's in the stars. This is in your stars. It's coming for you and you're coming for it, and so there's no way you're not going to meet. And when you get there, that nobility, that strength, those huge assets with that mountain lion quality you have, or the polar bear quality, both, you come into your star power, your leadership, you just thrive. You're in the right, again, with polar bears, there's very specific environments where they live and hunt and thrive. And it's unique. Again, it's unique, it's different. There's not a lot of diversity of normal person stuff going on there. It's a little bit mystical, it's a little bit solitary, a little bit specialized. Yeah, very cool. I love seeing this. It feels really clear what's going on here and what's coming, and yeah, I'm excited for you guys. Okay, we're gonna pick 6 tarot cards to get any messages from Spirit about this next 6 months that you should know. Okay, so we've got Judgment. Let's see, push these up more. Okay. Six of Discs, Generosity. Yeah, 8 of Discs, Dedication. You may need some mentorship or some classes to, well, let me get all the cards out. Okay, Queen of Wands, Vibrancy. I love this. This all feels so clear. Of any of the piles, it's sort of like everything feels very obvious and coherent, and like trajectory is already going. Okay, perspective, yeah, totally. Wherever you land, you're gonna have a completely different kind of perspective than you have right now. Okay, so yeah, I feel that this stillness, this dormancy. Oh, look, we have mirrored here the swans. And literally this swan mirroring itself, mirror, mirror, mirror. Look for reflections. Talk to people, let things be reflected back to you. There's a judgment coming in that's really going to help steer you on the right course, but it means letting go of like a past path that you've been on and going into a little bit of this dream time place. And you're being I think some cosmic force, some divine force is sort of showing you reflections of where you're needing to go and who you are. And it's making that judgment feel calm, feel graceful, feel elegant, and you're coming out of this with a whole new, like you're coming into a whole new understanding of yourself. Certain things I think currently, like right now, because these two are the first cards, so it feels like the right now moment. I think certain things are really being reflected to you in very mysterious, mystical ways, and you're, so look for those things reflecting back that are showing you who you are, especially showing you aspects of yourself that you've never recognized as beautiful and elegant, but that actually really, really are. I think you're starting to see this, the judgment's coming in, and yeah, you're like a full stop has come with something, and it's making you detour onto a totally different path that is just really makes you come into your own. And then 6 of Discs, generosity. I like this next to the 8 of Discs, dedication, because the 8 of Discs can indicate a time where we need like a mentor, or to do a little bit more study or schooling to really master something. And I've seen that all over the fingerprint of this reading is like, you are masterful at things, but I think whatever you're supposed to master, you're just getting. You're skilled in it, you're natural in it, but you need just like a little extra. And so I think some support is coming in, either financially or just in general, whether it's like a place to be, or mentor is just generous with their time and energy or something to get you the training you need. And it's not going to take very long. Like, you're already innately kind of, talented in something, and it's taking that talent and making it into a skill and really honing it and refining it, and bringing some mastery to something you're already very good at, but like next level. And it's like we saw with the sun in the subconscious place, once you find that focus and that training or mentorship, it's like you really, we've already seen you're coming into your own already, but like next level, once you kind of start feeling confidence in something you're mastering, it's just like you just start to vibrate and shine, and it's like you magnetize things to you, everything you need. And I love this Magician coming right after this Queen of Wands or Vibrancy card, because it's almost like a mirror. Again, there's this mirroring stuff going on. I don't know, that might be something different to each of you, but definitely that theme of mirroring. Look out for that. Some message you need to hear or be aware of, paying attention to things being mirrored to you, people mirroring you mirroring others. You might need to mirror a mentor to step into this vibrancy. But then you look at the Magician, and it's almost like this young, vital thing coming into its own. And you see the staff, and then it's turned its back and become like the sage, and that staff has now become like a wand, or a, whatever magicians have, wands, like a magical tool, and the sun is shining on you, and you know exactly what to do with the resources you already have to really manifest things into life. And you become a leader of manifesting. And there's something about perspective, and that might have to do with that butterfly we were talking about in the subconscious. Some interesting quality, skill, something about you may have to do with how the kind of perspective that you hold. Especially when it comes to leadership. I really think that you're able to get people to see things a little differently. It's unique. It's unique. Okay, let's look at what's on the back of the deck for you guys. 5 of Discs. Okay, so the one thing that kind of threw me for a surprise in your reading. Everything else has been so coherent, so your reading's gone really fast. So this 5 of Discs on the bottom of the deck, I think that's where you're at right now, and maybe there's a pep talk needed here. Because you're in this dormancy right at this very moment, I don't think you're going to stay there long, but that's... you need to hear something about this to help you deal with this 5 of Discs feeling, which isn't always pleasant. when we go into a period of dormancy and incubation, old aspects of life tend to dissolve, and we really have to surrender and let go of a lot of baggage and see a lot of shadows. And inherently that type of work, that type of mode of being, brings on changes in values. And that's what to me is at the root of Five of Discs. It, like, keywords associated with the Five of Discs are like lack, or this says destitution. To me, what's happening is a transition in values is happening. And so old values are dissolving, which can, you know, values and the material world are somewhat of a mirror of each other. So your material life may feel like it's sort of disintegrating, but the reason that's happening is actually very positive. You're changing your values, you're elevating above values you used to hold, which what I'm feeling about those values that are changing is you're taking yourself more seriously, and you're seeing yourself in a more beautiful, elegant light reflection. So you're really needing to develop inwardly some confidence in that. And as soon as you like really see that, really allow that to be reflected to you, you solidify the new values that are actually elevated, and then material life starts to reflect that, and all of a sudden it kicks into better gear than where it was before. So even though at the moment you may feel some lack, the moment you really take in the reflections being shown to you about how beautiful and spectacular you are, generosity, like you feel that, you concretize it inside of yourself, stabilize it inside of yourself, the floodgates open, and people want to give you, want to support you. And this Five of Discs turns into the Six of Discs, where generosity is shown to you, so you can develop this really beautiful thing inside of you, this quality to kind of go on this journey where you're really meant to shine. So don't be too scared of it. I feel like this is probably where you're at right now, like feeling this dormant place, things sort of dissolving, material life disintegrating a little bit, but it's a sign of you know, really, really positive things to come. So just try and keep that in mind, and maybe that will give you motivation to really take in certain reflections that are positive about yourself, and actually witness that. You know, we see this swan actually looking at that reflection. This swan isn't. This swan is on a frozen lake, and there's not much of a reflection. And so I feel like you're transitioning from this swan to this swan, where things are starting to thaw, and you're willing to finally accept the reflections coming and look at them and witness it and be like, oh, I am a swan, not an ugly duckling, you know. So I think this is where you're at, this transition from winter swan to spring swan. Okay, so this is your reading. Wow, your reading went so much faster than the others, but I feel like it was just like crystal clear. Everything felt very related, there wasn't a lot of exploration we needed to do. It was just like it really was coherent. So that said something about you guys as well. So I think you guys have a lot of coherent strength. Okay, so if this reading really resonated with you, I definitely appreciate the thumbs up to show support. I love reading comments if there's really specific things that stuck out. And like I said earlier in the reading, I am very curious about you guys. And definitely, if you're not subscribed, I would love it if you would do so, because I love reading. Hello, last pile 5. Welcome to your 6-month ahead career reading. If this is you guys, you picked the pile with the Fields Tarot deck and this beautiful greenish turquoise stone, one of my favorite. Kind of love the limey turquoise personally. I'm going to put this deck aside for the time being, and we will pull it out in the second half of the reading. But to start off the reading, we are going to be jumping down into your subconscious. And we're going to be looking at things that spirit and our subconscious want us to become more aware of, want us to bring a little bit further out into consciousness that might be influencing aspects of career. These are things that might be influencing life in general, which by default influences career. It might be more specific to career. And it's been all over the place. In some of the readings, the things we've seen have been positive things that need to be brought more to light and utilized. And sometimes it's stuff about, patterns taking place that we don't like and maybe why that's happening. Yeah, it's been all over the place. So let's see what we get for you guys. And this is the Nocturna deck, so it's all the life that comes out in the nighttime. Ooh, beautiful. We've got the owl. That's one of my faves. I feel like every pile has been very distinct. No one's really felt the same to me. Opossum. Love it. And slug. Interesting. I haven't pulled the slug card before. Let's see what that's about. Okay, I'm going to use the guidebook on these because they have such specific, unique, cool nocturnal messages about these creatures that I couldn't really replicate just by my own impressions. But yeah, okay, so we'll start with the owl. And okay, so ancient wisdom, intuition, observation, guidance. The owl sits high in the trees, its sharp vision allowing it to spot the smallest creatures holding in the grass and brush. The ancient Greeks and Romans associated it with divine wisdom, and it is affiliated with the goddess Athena. The owl is able to see what's hidden, including deceit. The bare branches in the card represent clarity. Nothing can hide from the owl. If you are going through confusing times and tough decisions, pull back and simply observe what's around you. Beautiful. So I feel like this is a pretty clear-cut, simple thing coming through from your subconscious is right now your intuition is trying to get some messages through to you, so it might be worth kind of pulling back a little, getting into your own energy with some quietness, some meditation, something that allows you to hear your intuition, to plug into it. You could do some free association writing to see what comes out. Start writing about dreams you've had. Playing with tarot and oracle cards can kind of bring up intuition. But do anything you can to really kind of pull your intuition out, because I think it has like a really some beautiful wisdom and guidance for you currently right now as it pertains to at least career, if not other things. Your intuition is knocking. Listen in. Okay, opossum is next. Let's see. Reaction, stress, de-escalation. The opossum is North America's only marsupial. When confronted with danger, they play dead, laying stiff on the ground and even emitting an unpleasant odor, causing the predator to get confused and leave. This is an automatic, instinctual reaction that opossum is unable to control. This is a perfect reminder to not let situations get too out of hand. On the other hand, perhaps you need to examine how you react to certain things. In difficult circumstances, it's easy to just let your emotions take control and to react in a way that is not helpful. It is important to remember to use your head and act calmly. I like that de-escalation aspect of the possum playing dead to kind of diffuse something. But what's really coming through here is these sort of like automatic reactions. I don't know if there's like some politics going on behind the scenes, in whatever career trajectory you have right now, or even if you're like a student finding your way there, some sort of politics or peer dynamics, power dynamics, whatever of those sort of resonate with you. I think the opossum is wanting you to really think about de-escalation versus reactivity. So kind of taking a step back, and I think this owl can really help you with this in terms of really witnessing how reactive you are versus responsive. Do you let these things happen to you, or do you kind of take them in and process it and move it through you and respond in ways that really help to kind of de-escalate certain things? Something to think about. That's sort of what felt like was channeling through to me about where this card specifically is coming from. Okay, let's take a look at the slug real quick. If I can find it. There we go, 31. Okay, steadfast, pacing, masculine, feminine. Here in the Pacific Northwest, slugs, especially the pictured banana slug, are a very common sight during the fall. The slug encourages us to slow down, which can be difficult in this fast-paced world. It is persistent and focuses on its goals, reaching it at its own pace. It will get there eventually, and it knows it. Slugs are also hermaphroditic, making them the perfect balance of the masculine and feminine. And I think, these all kind of plug into each other so beautiful. I feel like that slug energy is something that's inherent in you, that is more of that responsive energy versus reactive, where it kind of can take things in stride, see the bigger picture, process something that's bugging before it sort of gets reactive or upset or feathers ruffled about it. It's just sort of slow and steady. So there may be like some tug of war in you, where there's like aspects of you that are able to do this with certain things, but then there's some things that are hitting the exact right trigger point where you become more of this like theatric, reactive opossum. And I feel like this owl can help you really see the big picture of all of this, and like why in some circumstances you can behave in the slug way with that slow, steady, calm, responsive matter, and sometimes like the opossum, which is a little bit theatric and reactive and a little bit saucy maybe. There's something going on there, and I think the owl can help you get to the bottom of it. Like, what are the patterns that help you sit more calmly in the slug, or really hit your triggers with the opossum? The owl and your intuition have something to tell you about what your triggers are. That's what it is. Like, right now you're really needing to understand what certain triggers are that kind of get you riled up and get you a little bit more reactive and add into a sense of like escalating certain situations rather than de-escalating and being calm and taking things in stride. Yeah, so lean into that intuition. So especially like some free association writing around triggers, around calmness, doing some meditation, watching videos of owls. Whatever floats your boat, but something, playing with oracle cards, asking questions with them. There's something here, that's really going to help you to tap into, be able to see in why sometimes you're calm and responsive and why sometimes you're a little more hyper and reactive. Okay. All right. Next, we are going to use the Dreamkeepers Tarot to go just one level deeper with these subconscious elements that are wanting your attention. Get a little bit more context, a little more information. Two of Pentacles. So yeah, balancing something. Hi. Queen of Swords. Okay. Two of Wands. Interesting. Okay, so I feel like you have two twos in this reading, and even like plugging into what the slug said about this perfect balance of masculine and feminine, and this owl's ability to sort of pull back, observe, and be in this kind of reflective guidance mode. I think there's something inherent in you that likes to have balance, that's good at creating balance. I think you're really good at juggling things because you can have like a higher perspective and a lot of wisdom, especially when it comes to practical matters or material matters. And then with the slug relating to that calm, steady pace, it's sort of like when you have a strong vision of where you're going, something in your crosshairs, a strong goal, a strong kind of target that helps you to stay steady and focused. When you're out of balance, and the Queen of Swords is also another sign of this balance thing coming through. So that's what's going on here is like your natural state is balance. You're really good at creating balance, but there's certain things that will trip up your balance where you might become a little bit cutting. That's sort of your reactive mode, I feel like. Cutting people off, like the opossum playing dead. It's like you kind of cut people off or something. Yeah, and so there's something here about a steadiness, about a balance. I'm trying to dig into like what it is that might throw you off of balance here. I haven't done this for any of the piles yet, but I might need another card for opossum because I really want to know what your trigger is. And the Queen of Swords to me is just again talking to me about balance, but I want to know where the imbalance comes to kind of trigger you. Four of Swords. Another Libra card of balance again. interesting. I think when you feel like you are being left in the dark, yeah, it's a relational thing. So having 2 Libra cards come out here, when you feel that fairness is off, like you're very reactive to fairness, like maybe you guys, some of you may have like Libra moons or moons in the 7th house, or a lot of Libra in your chart, or a lot of 7th house stuff in your chart. Anyway, when things don't feel fair, or when you feel like you are being left out in the cold about something, that's when you get a little bit reactive, and that's when you will cut people off or get cutting. Yeah, and so that's a time to to find your own inner balance, kind of step back from the circumstance, step back from what you think is unfair, because it's like, I think you have this thing about you that likes to exercise justice. But it's being done in a reactive way. So anytime you have that feeling of wanting to be cutting or cut people off or something, it's time to kind of step back, get some perspective, really key back into the big picture of your overall goals specifically for you, and just step up to the plate in that capacity will help you to kind of calm some of the storms within you, some reactivity, and find a way of responding to a situation that feels unfair, finding some space and perspective to respond rather than kind of creating some drama because you've been triggered, you know. So it's admirable. I like the aspect of, you know, really liking to have justice and be a fighter for justice, but when it comes in a very reactive way, it can end up hurting you, kind of laying you out, rather than resolving anything. But you have such wisdom and steadiness within you, such balance that, anytime you feel sort of that trigger moment, you just need to like really get back into what your big picture is, your specific goals and focuses are, and things will come to you about how to respond more appropriately. I'm not saying to not do anything here or leave it be and step away from it. It's just like, I think there might be some unnecessary drama that you might contribute to a little bit. And there's ways, you have so much capacity within you to bring balance to things, to bring harmony to things, that's, you know, based more in response and calmness and bigger picture. So yeah, anytime you're feeling triggered, it's just sort of this remembrance of like, get back into what's important to me, some bigger pictures, and that response I need will come to me that feels more mature, that feels right. Okay, one level deeper, we are going to pull out some priestesses of light with some spiritual messages here. Courage, strength, let's see. Okay, strength, fierceness, and family. Beautiful with that lion on her head. I do think, you know, when I look at the owl and then I look at the lion and I see the 2 of Pentacles next to them, it's like you really do have this like commanding, calm, anchored presence. You are strong, you are fierce. I think this is an inherited quality. There may be like a mother or grandmother or father or grandfather that this came from, that this was modeled after. And there's someone that you can look to that has more experience with intuition and with this kind of calm, observational strength. See how they've utilized this, where it's taken them. There's something in your ancestry. This is very DNA related, and there's things that can be learned by looking into your lineage and the stories of the people you feel resonate with this quality that you have. And I think there's been some very, very capable business people. I think you have a very intuitive mind with business, with holding authority, with holding leadership, with being able to see what so many others can't and don't see, and the courage to step into the unseen things, that intuitive capacity. Yeah, okay. Let's get another priestess message. Guide the illuminated path. Yeah, this to me is pointing back towards your owl. When you feel reactive, when you feel there's injustice, you need to really channel your intuition, your owl. You need to step back to observe, channel your inner guidance. It's all there. You have the capacity to be much more responsive to your triggers rather than reactive. You have such a wisdom. And seeing the wolf here too, you have instinct. It's just like sometimes the wolf goes wild, which in some areas of life, that's fine. It's fine to let your wild side out, but sometimes like in career settings, it can create maybe some unnecessary drama, or maybe sometimes you do. I don't know. This is making me rethink something a little bit. I still think when you feel triggered, it's never good to act out of a trigger. Yeah, okay, there's a double side to this. So when you feel a trigger and a reaction coming out of the trigger, kind of a wildness coming out of you, of justice, it's time to step into that owl mode, take a step back, observe, wait for that intuitive guidance to come through to help you to respond. But there's also times, on the other hand, is something I missed until right now with this and the wolf, is sometimes you see a certain staleness or a certain stuckness, and you need to unleash your wild wolf and purposefully, as a response, not as a reaction, shake things up, get a little wild, get a little bit theatric, get a little bit trigger others a little, just to kind of shake up the energy, create some drama to help sort of move something, spark some energy and life force into something. So there's a double meaning here, and I'm glad that I caught that, because I think that's a really cool, important thing to tap into. Okay, one more priestess card. Duality again, because the slug has that hermaphroditic, the organs. It's balance of male and female biologically. Okay, so many meanings, misunderstanding, and that's interesting. I think when we can hold duality so clearly and maturely, it's not something that a lot of people understand well. And so it kind of comes off as different, which can come off as a little threatening or out of bounds or something. So there may be people that definitely misunderstand you, and this is why it is you hold duality with a competence that is really, really difficult for most people to grasp. It's sort of like you're able to really transcend certain ways of being and really clearly see ways forward that aren't always so obvious to people that think and behave a little bit more black and white. Yeah, there's a dynamic ability in you to see certain paths forward that are not obvious, that are hard to see, and I think it scares others a little, to be honest, or it just yeah, it's like when you propose something that no one else can see, it's typically, I think, going to be misunderstood at first. So you may have to, and I'm so sorry, because you shouldn't have to do this. But sometimes it's necessary to move things forward when we can see a way forward and others can't. Like, you may have to do a little or a lot of hand holding to help people get to where you are. And so it's good that you have that slug energy, because I think there's a lot of patience needed. So it's something to understand about you. I think why some people might react to you in a certain way or be really resistant to some of your ideas is because they can't see what your owl is capable of seeing. You're very dynamic, and it takes most people a lot longer to see what you're able to see. So just understand that maybe that's why you get certain resistances. That's why sometimes things feel unfair and you want to react. That's where it's all coming from. But just know that you have that slug capability within you, and an ability with that Two of Wands to really help people to focus and see the picture. And so you just need to go lean into that patience you have and that slow and steady, because you do really have to do some hand holding to help frame the picture and get people to where you're at, because they're not going to get there as fast as you. And so, yeah, I think that's what's happening. You have such intuitive insight into seeing the unseen, being able to see the paths others can't see. There's resistance because of that to accepting your ideas, which can make you reactive. And so actually sometimes you need to like shake things up in order to help them see, and sometimes you have to hold their hand. So that's, yeah, really interesting. I feel like you're kind of brilliant, my brilliant pile. You have sort of a brilliance, but that is, hard for others to understand. So, it shouldn't have to be on you, but yeah, you kind of have to ease people in in order to get where you want to go. All right. But you are the lead, once you land yourself in the leader position, which is where you're headed, then people will just follow you. They'll start to trust your instincts. And, so that's, I think, in the future coming. Okay, so we are going to jump into the conscious now, the light of day, and see what is going on above the surface that you can see. Let's see, which deck am I pulling? Yeah. Okay, Sacred Destiny cards. We're going to pull 3 of these and just kind of get a picture of what's going on in your career, what's happening here currently, and projecting into the next 6 months. Embracing. You know what? I don't know what it is about the embracing card, but I always get it wrong. So I might try to, if I can quickly find the deck for this or the guidebook for this deck. I might read from the book from that. Transformation. Miracles. Wow, interesting things going on for you guys. Wow, okay. I love it though. Okay, give me 1 second. I'm gonna try and find, I feel like this guidebook is right in front of me somewhere that I'm just not seeing. I might have to wing it. Let's see. Sacred Destiny. Here it is. It's buried. Okay. Okay, embracing. Floodplains. Yeah, okay, I do know what this card is. I'm going to skip the first part. Sometimes life overflows with emotions which can feel uncomfortable. However, the ensuing result of this comfort can be of great value, perhaps arising from an unseen or an unknown source. You get this card when emotions are seemingly overflowing or not flowing at all. Cherish the overflow of emotions and embrace the times that seem murky. For your inner floodplains are being replenished, and as a result, there will be great spiritual and physical expansion. Embrace all your emotions. When you do so, greater prosperity and fertility will flow into your life. Alternatively, if your emotions have been blocked, this is the time to explore and experience them. Okay, so this is interesting. It has to do, an example of this is in ancient Egypt when the Nile would flood in the summertime. They actually looked forward to this. It would cover the farmlands and it was very destructive, but at the same time, it was what they needed to bring in new silts and minerals and all sorts of things to revitalize the soils and to bring new fertile grounds to things. So as a metaphor, the floodplains is sort of saying, sometimes you need to let your emotions spill over, really feel them, process what's coming through, because it's laying new fertility and it's information to really understand where you're at, what you're doing. So to me right now, this is where you're at. You're kind of potentially feeling flooded, but I'm here to tell you that that is a good sign that this is bringing new fertility, new life, new nourishment to the soils and richness and vitality of where you're going career-wise. So you may feel overwhelmed by a career situation, lost, murky about it, but really this flooded feeling is a really positive sign. You just sort of have to endure it for a moment. And so it makes sense here then seeing transformation, that that murkiness, it's like you're in the cocoon phase where you've moved from caterpillar into some soupy thing that's congealing into something else, but you can't see it yet, but you're about to be a butterfly. You're really about to feel some fertility and this emotional work you've really allowed yourself to do around career or feeling overwhelmed by something in career. It's really transforming you and enriching you. So just stick in there is what I want to say, because out the other side, a caterpillar, and I feel like I always talk about the caterpillar and the butterfly, it's just such a good metaphor. But the caterpillar can never imagine that it's going to become a butterfly. And so what's waiting for you at this 6-month point will feel like a miracle. There is actually a science to what's going on and what arises and how you got there, but from your perspective, it's going to feel like a miracle, especially coming from where you've come from, which is right now in like the soupy cocoon phase and feeling sort of overwhelmed by something and flooded by something and murky. And uncertain. So just stick in there is the message coming through, and yeah, what your conscious, I think, understands to some level. It just needs some confirmation about this. I think you have an idea that you're transforming. You get this to a degree, but yeah, just some confirmation, I think, was needed here. So hopefully that helps. Okay, so we're going to pull 6 tarot cards just to get any messages from Spirit that it wants to add about career and trajectory the next 6 months. And this being, that's what I knew, there was something else I wanted to say. This being the deck for the pile you chose, the cards and messages that come out for this are particularly important to pay attention to. There may be very specific messages about this that come from these that you really currently need. Okay, I need to still push these up more. Okay, so we've got 2 of Swords. Yeah, kind of at a crossroads right now. Unsure of where you're going for sure. Okay. 5 of Wands. Ace of Swords. Clarity's coming. That transformation, you're really close. Clarity and claiming some new trajectory. It's really right at hand. Nice. 8 of Wands. The Lovers. These are such good cards to see for you guys. I'm really liking this. And, ooh, beautiful. 4 of Wands, Celebration. Okay. Why are these? Okay. Okay. And then, yep, under the deck we have 9 of Swords. So yeah, you're like anxiety mode right now, having certain nightmares, struggling to focus. That flooded thing is very real to you at this present moment. So just something to know that that's not going to last much longer. You're at a crossroads. There's some big decisions to be made right now, but don't worry, because like a plan is forming that has the strength of your heart and your personal power center, your willpower behind it, with some concrete ability to see a way forward, see the plan, see the strategy. Yeah, decision is coming soon. You're not going to sit at this crossroads much longer. So right at this very moment, I think there's anxiety and decision flooding, a crossroads moment, a big decision to be made. But very, very soon, it's sort of like like a strategy suddenly comes together, the way like a butterfly suddenly emerges. And you're going to have absolute clarity of direction and assertion and claiming your destiny, and things will just land. It's like such clarity and such beauty that's transforming into your life. It's just like all of a sudden, after so much murkiness, so much uncertainty, so much sitting at these decisions that you didn't know how to make and just kind of sat on the fence forever. It's like suddenly life speeds up at breakneck speed. You're pulling G-forces or something, and it's just like bam, 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 one after another. Things start to happen. Life is moving forward, and all of the sudden you are just like in a completely different setting career-wise, mindset career-wise. Circumstances have happened. I don't know what it is. Different for all of you. I don't know if I feel like it's a change in career, But if not, it's like a transformation within what you're doing that just feels like, man, this is a dream. I can't believe I got here, but you are the one that got yourself there. It feels divinely orchestrated, but you had so much more of a hand in it than you realize. The genius that you are works in a way that you don't even understand, and it's really created this beautiful, I mean, this is what's coming. It's amazing. The most aligned, special concoction that is where you feel belonging, you feel yourself, you feel so seen and centered and vital and just filled to the brim and celebrate something's, I don't know if you're winning an award, you're getting a promotion, you're landing somewhere new, starting something new, but something is being celebrated at the end of this 6 months. Like you're really something special. It's miracle. And I just even noticed this isn't just miracle, it's miracles, plural. And celebration is coming and just completely feeling right. Everything's aligned. Feeling completely right to, we talked about in your subconscious, like the diversity you possess within yourself has full reign to express itself, to step up to the plate and shine and be celebrated and seen and aligned and just in the right environment and just seen for the specialness that it is, for the specialness that you are, for the specialness you have to contribute to a role in the world. So beautiful, beautiful, you guys. Hang in there. Right now feels a little, like anxiety and murkiness. It's not going to last much longer. You're like, because one card in from this indecision, this crossroads, we're already like, if this is a progression, it's right around the corner, a month or less away. You're like starting to figure out a strategy and something that your will is drawing you towards, and somewhere where you think you can shine and have some energy to really put yourself into something and concretize something about who you are in a direction and really claim your, such big things coming. So stick in there. Less than a month in the murky anxiety. Other side of that is magnificent. Just bam, 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 bam. 5 months of wow. Okay. All right, this is where I'm going to leave you guys. Beautiful reading. I'm really excited for you to get past the next few weeks, next month, whatever it is, because, amazing. I just see such beautiful things here, and what I saw in the subconscious, you guys are really special and really dynamic, and just need to find the right thing that allows you to showcase what you have. So this is where I'm leaving you. If this resonated, I definitely would love to get your thumbs up. That helps me out tremendously, and I really appreciate it. Love seeing the comments. I do peruse them here and there, and it's always fun to see specific things that pop out to you guys. And absolutely subscribe if you are not subscribed yet. I love doing these readings. It's been so much fun the last several months as I've started this, and I'm just enjoying it more and more. So I really would hope that you guys follow and get more of these. All right, see you guys.